Testing, testing. Hello, everybody. How you doing today?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Garden State Combat Robotics. How are y'all doing? Are you ready to see a couple of robots fight? All right, so we have a fight loaded in. So we have Revolver. Revolver is in the square closest, the corner closest to me. That's the pink corner. red corner versus Bean Supreme in the blue corner. Both of these bots are ready to go. Judges, are you ready? Competitors, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, am I doing the countdown? I'm doing the countdown. All right, audience, I need your help with the countdown. We're going to count down from 3. 3, 2, 1, fight! And Revolver turning around, Bean Supreme with a bit of a box rush. Here comes Revolver looking for a good spot. Bean Supreme gets a good hit on the wedge right there. You see, Bean Supreme is a lifter. And Revolver with a nice hit turning Bean Supreme upside down. Bean Supreme now looking around, looking for a lift. Revolver with a very nice hit over there. Now here it comes, Revolver looking for another hit. Bean Supreme trying to get squared up against Revolver. Bean Supreme wants to keep its wedge pointed at a Revolver. Everything will go fine for Bean Supreme as long as it keeps that wedge pointed at that nasty weapon Revolver has. Good hit from Revolver. Bean Supreme is upside down in the corner. Bean Supreme trying to self-right. It should be able to self-right from its lifter. Can Bean Supreme self-right? Revolver's going to try to grapple it a little bit. Bean Supreme trying to self-right over there. Can drive inverted, but its lifter doesn't work quite as well. And one other effect is Revolver is now an overcutter, and its weapon can't reach Bean Supreme while Revolver is upside down. So we've got a pin over here. The referee's counting down the pin. You got 10 seconds to make a pin, and that counts for control in the eyes of the judges. Each match is 2.5 minutes, so we have 50 seconds left in this match. Both robots looking to make some kind of impression. These robots are loud, but this arena is strong. This arena can hold it. 40 seconds remaining. So Revolver, its weapon is turned off and is looking for some kind of way to self-right. Oh, Bean Supreme is right side up. That lifter is going to be a factor now. Bean Supreme takes Revolver into the side of the arena. Revolver's weapon is back up, but still can't reach Bean Supreme. There's a lift from Revolver. Revolver getting big control points now. 10 seconds left. And that countdown was just for a pin. 5 seconds left of the fight. Can either of these bots make an impression? That is the match. Let's hear it for these two bots. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at functionality. It looks like both bots have full drive and full weapon. So I want to get an impression from everybody who saw that fight. We had Revolver, which is the lifting bot, and we have, Bean Supreme, which is the lifting bot, thank you, and we have Revolver, which was the horizontal spinner. If you think Bean Supreme won that fight, I want to hear you cheer. Let's hear it. All right, we've got a few. And if you think Revolver won that fight, I want to hear you cheer. All right, so the crowd seems to be into Bean Supreme. We're going to see what the judges say. We have a panel of 3 expert judges who are watching the fight. They're going to score on 3 categories: aggression, control, and damage. And then the bot that scores the most points across those 3 categories is going to win that fight. So I will let you know the decision as soon as we have it. So that's a quick look at what we do here. And can you let me know the decision as soon as you have it? Awesome. 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 All right, and as you can tell, we've got 2 arenas here. We're going to have some of our fights in this big red and blue arena, and we're going to have some of our fights in this green arena over here. You'll want to pay attention to both arenas. I'm going to be looking mainly at the green and blue arena, but definitely pay attention to the green arena because there's going to be a lot of fun fights there as well. We also have brackets online, so talk to a staff member about where you can find our brackets. We run a double elimination tournament over here. So what that means is each bot can lose once and still be in the tournament. So, for example, between Bean Supreme and Revolver, whichever bot loses that is not eliminated from the tournament. They're still in, but if they lose one more time, then they are eliminated. We've got a really good turnout in terms of number of bots. We have, how many? We have 18 competitors in our Antweight bracket. You just saw a beetle weight fight that we started with. We have 14 beetle weights. So just to let you know, ant weights weigh 1 pound and beetle weights weigh 3 pounds. Now we have a third category, plastic ants. These are 1 pound bots that almost exclusively are made of plastic. So in the previous fight, we have a split decision. That means 2 judges voted for one bot and one bot voted for the other. And the winner of that most recent fight, the winner of that last fight was Revolver by split decision. Got it. All right, so over here we have Bumble. Bumble is the bot in the red corner versus In-Floor Face, which is the bot in the blue corner. Competitors, are you ready? Bumble, are you ready? In-Floor Face, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Looks like everybody's ready. We're going to count down from 3. On 3. 3, 2, 1, fight! And here we go. Neither bot opting for a box rush. In-Floor Face is now in the center of the arena. Bumble in the side. In-Floor Face is trying to get a good hit on Bumble. Bumble the same way. Bumble's just kind of meandering back and forth, looking for some sort of chaos, maybe trying to distract In-Floor Face. In-Floor Face spinning back and forth, trying to get a good little spread attack, I guess is a way to call it. But neither bot is directly attacking each other. Remember, one of the categories is aggression, so aggression is wide open right now. Bumble almost had a good hit at the back of In-Floor Face. Couldn't quite accelerate in time, but now both bots making good weapon-to-weapon contact. Both of these bots are horizontal spinners. That means if they have a good hit, they're both going to go flying, and they both want to be in the center of the arena when they make that hit. So a couple of good hits, Bumble hitting the floor a little bit, but still able to get a good spin, and there's a good hit. Saw a little bit of chassis go flying. Another So the pool will fight. Meanwhile, Crash Fest will fight. Go next. So that is it for the first round of our beetle competition. What do you think? Did you enjoy that? Awesome. We've had some really good fights so far. We're going to move on to our ant weight division. So we've already had a couple of ants fight. We've had Bumble versus In-Floor Face. And we had, in the other cage, we had Banana Hammock versus Nixon DX. So we're going to get some ants moving on. In Your Face, In-Floor Face beat Bumble, and Banana Hammock beat Nixon DX. So again, this is double elimination, so the losing bots will still get another chance to fight and stay in this tournament. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got a plastic edge fight over there. That looks like one of the Doggas. Yeah, that's fully Dogga versus Rover, I believe, over in the green arena. Plastic edge that will fight Crash Panda. You see those plastic ants, even though they're made of plastic, they can be really, really fun to watch. Lots of damage, lots of tumbling. Meanwhile, with our regular ants, it looks like we've got Shin Kicker versus In-Floor Face. Shin Kicker judged by Ryan Oliver from Round Brook, New Jersey. Meanwhile, In-Floor Face driven by Alex Curry, one of the TV runs this league. In-Floor Face, as you've seen before, is a horizontal spinner. So is Shin Kicker. Shin Kicker, I think, can run as an undercover, but he's running as a overflyer. That's my strategery over here. So In-Floor Face is ready. Shin Kicker is ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this fight started. 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! So, In-Floor Face going into the side of your yellow.
I'll give one for you, Tim, if you would like one, or you can have one of these.
Oh, thank you.
Milk tea or green tea?
I'm okay with either.
Okay, I would like the green tea.
Cool. Thank you.
There you go.
Still looking for that first pin. Shin Kicker with a jab over there against In-Floor Face. In-Floor Face is reflected with the running. Now Shin Kicker turned around to In-Floor Face. Handcuff and purchase through these spots. Whatever they were modified. Yeah, we'll see if that hinge over the course of the fight. You're 90 seconds to go. Both clocks running around. Both clocks looking for an angle. In-Floor Face. Seems like that left drive might not be going forward the way it should. It's a good charge from Shin Kicker. In-Floor Face. It's moving seems to be a little confident now. Some good hits on the bottom of Shin Kicker. Shin Kicker. Yes, the ball is not 60 seconds left. Shin Kicker seems to have done some damage.
Alright, I figured out why I'm not getting any audio.
Right.
Because the headphone jack on here does not also work as a microphone. So if I find someone with a USB to audio adapter that works, I'm going to see if I can get the A-Town to do it.
Yeah, that should be able to.
Yep. It's going to be such a logistical thing, but whatever.
So far, this fight is already jabbed. We haven't seen that big uppercut, so to speak. Yes. Not literally, but figuratively. So, In-Floor Face still making the right turns. Shin Kicker still looking for a good angle. Some grinding, lots of grinding between these two bots. But we don't have that big bite. 10 seconds left. Looks like this one is going to go to the judges. Can we get one more hit? Is Shin Kicker's weapon working? 5 seconds left.
3, 2, 1. That's the fight.
And that is the fight. It's going to
Weapon
go
on
to the
Shin
judges.
Kicker. No weapon. weapon.
So shifting
Weapon
is
up.
down,
Drive.
but the drive for face seems to be equalized as well, so that's going to be an interesting call for the judges.
Do
They're
we
going
have
to
a
work right on
power
that one.
strip that's
We're
not
gonna
going to
load in that
overload?
and load in the next fight.
Your UPS?
Again, as always, when the doors
plug
are
it in.
open,
Oh, I-
be very careful with these thoughts.
Dude, my laptop alone is killing your UPS.
Really?
Well, when I plugged it in, it started beeping.
That's because you run an entire arena on it. I just don't look at everything. That
Okay.
without the UPS.
All right, cool.
This should work, and that's the only thing running my laptop because my framework power supply apparently died. See how I'm running arena
Yeah,
time.
because I don't necessarily. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to unplug you. I meant to unplug
I
me.
had battery. It was just getting down to under an hour, and I didn't want to forget.
Oh, that's why I got confused. You're plugged into my power grid, I think.
Yeah, I still wasn't in use. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. I need to plug in at some point.
Okay, we're gonna swap off, I guess.
I have another power brick, but
There's a power strip right there with an outlet if you can't get stuff here.
I was gonna say I don't need the UPS,
Okay,
but don't worry about it right in a second. I'm gonna focus on audio right now.
got it.
So here at GSCRL, Garden State Combat Robotics League, we have events about once a month. We've seen the 3 weight classes that we fight here. Beetle weights, hand weights, and plastic eggs. So here are 3 weight classes.
He didn't set it up. I get I don't know how to do that. I looked at the computer set up weird.
We'll get a lot of them.
There's no camera.
And our relatively
We
new
don't have a cord block.
red
So I'm
blue
trying
weights
to
is
route
what they
it to the
did
interface.
last
Neil Black went
last
over
season.
like a snap so you can replace your laptop to the
Now,
Oh, the password?
Well, we don't know how to set it up in this letter.
Well, there was a-
what's up, the game is
But we're not doing anything. I mean,
That's fine.
sure.
Don't worry about it.
while we await the next box. Meanwhile, with the plastic ends, looks like we got Block and Cheese and Elmo fighting. These are 2 plastic ends, so remember these boxes are made completely. Oh, these are 1 pound. I've been told that this is not a plastic end event over here. So, is this back to the goose? So, most likely this is back to the goose fighting each other over here in the arena. This is a 1 pound fight, not a plastic end, because the fight actually looks like it's in metal in the cage. That was Goose with a good hit, and a good people with good yes mention. And then look at Goose at first. Oh, that's it. It's not right back in the center, it's not right next to it. So it's a mystery. It's a mystery. So this is fighting each other over here in some alternate configuration. So it looks like yes, it looks like Goose is making a still up, but it's still happy and comfortable. Goose is like this temporarily stalled right now. Both of these wedges doing work. The geometry of keeping each block of ball really big against each other. your fight over there put Bruce Baker. That was an entry fight that we just saw, not a bicycle fight. And that's going to go to the judges between Bruce and Benson. Meanwhile, we have a winner for the previous fight by judge's decision. Your winner is Shin Picker. So Shin Picker advances to the third round of the winner's bracket. In-floor face is going to continue on in the loser's bracket. And we'll await the judge's decision of Phantom versus
We are
Bruce.
getting video for audio on the stream at least, and it's coming through my laptop. No, it's not through that. I tried, and it doesn't want to take audio from that.
All right, so we're getting loaded in right now. It looks like that's Mo versus Fully Combat. Fully Combat is in the blue corner. That's driven by Lawrence Elliott. He's bringing 3 boxes of blood with each weight class. Fighting against Lars at Fully Combat is Mo. Mo, driven by Paul from Beansport, New Jersey. Mo celebrating the holiday spirit with a festive green Santa hat. All right.
Blue, are you ready? Red, are you ready?
Judges, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this started.
3, 2, 1, fight!
So no boxers, 4 spots, 3, 4 down. Combat, and Mo is upside down. There is the hat. The hat is gone. We'll let people see it. Combat is going to move on in the winner's bracket. Mo will go to the loser's bracket. Mo is going to await their winner, await their opponent. So, a big destructive fight from Fully Combat. Lars Elliott has driven a lot of fights, not just here at Eastmall, but at Combat Robotics League all over the country. And we've seen a little bit of what Lars can do right here. So we're going to figure out who Lars' next opponent is going to be right now. We've got Bladezilla versus Trash Panda scheduled to load in. So let's take a look. I think that's actually Bladezilla and Trash Panda in the arena. Yeah, Bladezilla and Trash Panda in the arena. So we're going to check it out and let's tell you what's happening.
That was fun.
So, Bladezilla is like a corner person over here. That is the horizontal overpower. Trash Panda is the black and white robot with the vertical spinner and yellow armor.
Do you guys know if we have
Oh, both bots by the side of the arena. Bladezilla looking for an opening, so is Trash Panda. Trash Panda is a custom build, whereas Bladezilla is based off of a Viper kit, very popular kit, but Bladezilla seems to be spinning down. Is it radio problems? Oh, there goes the spinner again. Now can Bladezilla get its drive working? Might be right. Nope, it looks like he was high-centered, so it's moving again. Trash Panda looking for an opening over there. Trash Panda hanging back. You generally don't want to hit your opponent if You think they're getting counted out. But some more issues for Bladezilla, unfortunately. Let's see if they can figure out, get that drive working. Might be radio issues. I hear a count out. And that is a knockout. Your winner by knockout is Trash Panda. So Trash Panda will move on and fight Fully Combat. Meanwhile, Bladezilla will move on in the losers bracket. Bladezilla will be fighting Nick San DX, who fought in the green arena earlier. So here at GSCRL, Garden State Combat Robotics League, we have an event roughly every month, various parts of New Jersey. We fight 3 different weight classes: beetle weight, which is 3 pound, ant weight, which is 1 pound, and plastic ant, which is also 1 pound, but almost everything has to be plastic. Everything but the electronics and the wheels. Though you can make a bot with 1 wheel if you want. I've seen those before. Those can be really fun. So you win the fight as in any combat robotics event. You can win the fight by disabling your opponent, and if they can't move for 10 seconds of their own accord, they get knocked out. If they can't move because you're pinning them, that's also a 10-second count, but you have to release and the fight goes on. If the fight lasts 2.5 minutes, then it ends and it goes to a panel of 3 judges who decide the winner based on criteria of control, aggression, and damage. So right now we're waiting on Ipso Facto and Banana Hammock. Ipso Facto has fought at quite a few events here before. Tell you a little bit about Ipso Facto. Ipso Facto is driven by Vinit. It is a nautiloid kit. By my counting, it has a 5 and 6 record here at GSCRL. So it's competed here quite a lot. And I found that in combat robotics, any record close to 500 is a good record. It means you're grinding, it means you're making improvements, you know, always learning, always getting better. It looks like we're loading back in the, see if we're going to be using the green arena or the red and blue arena. We were using the red and blue arena, so that's Ipso Facto loading into the red corner. Now waiting on Banana Hammock for the blue corner. Meanwhile, we've got a fight loading into the green arena. Robo Mouse versus Dolce de Lucha. Dolce de Lucha, very well-known bot, excellent driving. So if you want to see a really well-driven bot, look in the green corner. Look in the green cage. And I'm going to take a look at that while we wait for Banana Hammock to load in. Banana Hammock is loading in right now into the big cage. Yep. Oh, so, okay, so this one's going to run in entirety? Okay. Take the judge from there. Cool. So we're starting up here in the green arena. Dolce de Lucha going around, driving around. Robo Mouse looking for some kind of opening, driving very defensively at first. There's a good grab by Dolce de Lucha. Spinning around and now pinning against the side of the arena. They can hold that pin for 10 seconds. Robo Mouse looking for, trying to push its way back, but Dolce de Lucha very powerful, very good drive. Now they've got a release. They're still a little bit tangled. Those forks are tangled with each other. Let's see if they can separate. There's a clean separation. Now there's a little bit of distance. This fight can continue. Dolce looking for another hit. There's another good grab by Dolce. And it's going to try to pin Robo Mouse against the wall. Robo Mouse trying to break that pin. Get a reversal. That's an excellent reversal. But Dolce just able to crawl over Robo Mouse and break that pin. This is a control fight. Both of these bots looking for pins, looking for grabs, looking for control. Dolce DeLucia into the corner. Now Robo Mouse into the corner. Both of those bots looking for good contact. They just got some good contact, did a little bit of dancing. Nobody could really win that last exchange. Now Dolce looking for another grab. It's not really a grabber per se, because that front isn't motorized, but the geometry is good enough that it usually catches. We're waiting on one judge. Oh, we did? Okay. Okay, we're going to let this match go on over here in the green. Very good match, well driven. We're going to move on to this match in the red and blue cage. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? All right, so we're going to go on to this match between Banana Hammock and Ipso Facto. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, fight. Banana Hammock has a beater bar, but it doesn't seem, there now it seems to be spinning. Meanwhile, Ipso Facto has a vert. It is a, what we call a nautiloid kit. It's based off a bot named Nautiloid. That big, wide base gives it a lot of advantages. Especially when fighting a weapon like a drum. And speaking of fighting a weapon like a drum, this is exactly the kind of bot that Ipso Facto is designed to fight, or slash Nautiloid is designed to fight. So Ipso Facto looking to get some good bite, but there's a good return exchange and another big hit. So Banana Hammock got a good hit in, and Nautiloid got an even bigger hit in. Nautiloid. Ipso Facto got another good hit in. Ipso Facto now looking to continue that, pushing Banana Hammock against the blue side. Banana Hammock now upside down, trying to figure out self-right. That's one way it can self-right. And there's another way. Good self-right from Banana Hammock. But at what cost? I saw a couple of nuts and bolts just eject itself from the side of Banana Hammock, so it may start to get undone. Ipso Facto able to get underneath Banana Hammock, do some damage to that bottom plate. Bottom plates usually are not well armored. We'll see if that has an effect in this fight. Banana Hammock is still upside down. Ipso Facto now getting into the top plate of Banana Hammock. You can see there's a lot of damage off. I don't know whether that's a wheel, a remnant of the wheel on the right side of Banana Hammock, but Banana Hammock is not driving that well and might be stuck, and ref is asking for motion from Banana Hammock. And there we have, there is that motion. Banana Hammock is able to drive upside down, but maybe not terribly well, and that weapon is not spinning. Meanwhile, Ipso Facto spinning like a champ. 30 seconds left in this fight. Banana Hammock self-righted now, but its weapon is still not spinning. Ipso Facto trying to get into the back of Banana Hammock, see if they can get any juicy bits, trying to take out that left rear wheel of Banana Hammock. Banana Hammock flips around. Banana Hammock wants to keep that drum facing Ipso Facto. 5 seconds left in this fight, last seconds, and that is it. Very good fight between these two competitors. Let's hear it for Ipso Facto and Banana Hammock. All right, so functionality test. We see that Ipso Facto is undamaged. Banana Hammock doesn't have its weapon working at the end of the fight. Those are all factors. All factors that the judges will look at. So meanwhile, we have two sets of judges, as you may have seen. One set of judges on the green cage, one set of judges on the red and blue cage. So both of those judges both sets of judges are deliberating or have deliberated on the two fights we just saw, Robo Mouse versus Dolce DeLucia. And we have a winner for Robo Mouse versus Dolce DeLucia. Your winner by judge's decision is Dolce DeLucia. But the question is, who will they fight? They are going to fight the winner of the match we just saw, Ipso Facto versus Banana Hammock. I will get you that winner as soon as I have it. Meanwhile, we have Lobot versus Peppermint loading in. We got Lobot and Yeah, Peppermint in the blue corner. So we have a horizontal spinner named Peppermint in the blue corner, and we have a wedge named Lobot in the red corner. So, all right, judges, are you ready? Oh, we need a minute. We're just hammering out a few technical details. They need a minute. So Lobot has some fans in the audience, it seems. Lobot being a wedge bot. We do not... Oh, we're ready. Looks like we're ready to go. So let's get this fight started. 3, 2, 1, fight. So Lobot making its way to the middle of the arena. Peppermint turning around. Looks like it wants to get a Thagomizer-style hit on Lobot. Lobot not in the right position, and now a good grab by Lobot, wedging its way, trying to wedge Peppermint into the side of the arena. Peppermint turning round and round, looking for a Lobot to hit. Lobot just not in the right spots again. Here comes Lobot, looking for, and Lobot is able to spin Peppermint around. Peppermint's weapon doesn't have a great deal of reach, so they need Lobot to be just in the right place. Also, Peppermint's weapon is mounted rather high, so it's got to have Lobot just in the right place to hit it. Peppermint does not have a ground game, so no wedges, no forks, and that means that Lobot can get it in a pin just like we saw, just like that. Another good hold from Lobot. It's going to try to pin Peppermint. Peppermint able to try, but now Peppermint might be hide center on something. Nope, they're able to move around. But do they have drive on the right side? That right wheel seems to be very unhappy. Peppermint crab walking. And Lobot looking for a way. They don't want to mess with that horizontal spinner. They don't want to see what it can do if it hits them at just the right angle. So Lobot looking to get control. There's a good grab, trying to move Peppermint to the side of the arena. Doesn't have enough juice. You can see those wheels spinning hard. Ref is calling for a pin, and they must release. 45 seconds left in this fight. Lobot looking to take Peppermint into the corner. Peppermint looking to get just one really good hit. If it can get a wheel off of Lobot, that would change this whole fight. 30 seconds now left in this fight. Big cheers from the green arena. We have two simultaneous arenas going at the same time. Lobot, in the meantime, there's a good grab, a good pin off of Peppermint. 10 seconds remaining. Lobot with excellent control over Peppermint this fight. Peppermint needs just one good hit to turn the tide, but the fight has ended. A good, well-fought fight between these two bots. Functionality test, post-fight functionality test. Meanwhile, that other fight that we heard was Robot versus Striker Bite. Looks like Striker Bite won that fight by knockout. Those are the cheers that you heard. So Striker Bite will advance, and they're going to fight the winner of Lobot versus Peppermint. And that will conclude our ant weight rounds. We're going to give time for ants to get repaired. And now I'm going to hand it over to Kim, who's one of the people behind this arena. Take it away, Kim.
Hi everyone, hope you're having a wonderful event so far. So the Garden State Combat Robotics League is a not-for-profit organization, believe it or not. All of the stuff you see here has been possible through volunteer efforts and donations to fund the arena, the controls, and lots of hours spent to make this event and many like it possible. We really want to make sure that combat robotics as a sport is available to as many people as possible. So if you're interested in potentially trying this out or helping out, reach out to us. GSCRL.org is our website. We have social media basically everywhere. Find one of our folks if you want to talk. And I'm just super excited to be here. This is our best venue yet, so thank you again to the Bridgewater Collins for having us here. And thank you to all the sponsors who made this possible. You can see them both in front of the arena, on the floor, and on the stream. Let's get to the fights, folks. Looks like something's ready.
Thank you, Kim. It looks like we're going back to beetles. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Yes. So we're going back to beetles, but before we do, I want to update you on that last fight. We have a judge's decision. We have Lobot winning over Peppermint. That means Lobot will fight Striker Bite next round. Peppermint is going to go to the loser's bracket and fight the winner of Rabot versus Bumble. Now we have a fight between Tokyo Drisk and Revolver. We have Revolver in the blue corner, Tokyo Drisk in the red corner. Judges, are you ready? Are the competitors ready?
Ready? Yep. Ready? Okay.
Looks like both competitors are ready. Ref, are you ready? We're ready to go. Let's count this down. 3, 2, 1, fight! So, a box rush from Tokyo Drisk, but aborted because it looks like Revolver just was able to sidestep quickly. Sounds like Revolver's weapon is dragging against the floor. Tokyo Drisk not moving. Is that a receiver thing? Or is it high-centered? Oh, okay, we're pausing for an unstick. We're going to pause for an unstick and try to see if this is a high center. Is Tokyo Drisk high-centered? All right, Tokyo Drisk, let's see. So we're going to, once this cage is secured. Okay, both competitors are ready.
Count of 3.
3, 2, 1, fight. So can Tokyo Drisk move? Tokyo Drisk can move. That is a tap out. Your winner, Revolver. Revolver is based off of the BattleBot Rotator, or at least was originally. You can see a little bit of that, its geometry up front, but it added forks on the side. I don't think Eric's installed the forks for this fight, but it does have a very distinct look. So meanwhile, in the other cage, sounds like we got a tap out over there. I think now that's Block of Cheese versus Elmo. That's a plastic ant fight that just ended by tap out. Meanwhile, we're working on some technical difficulties by the cage. That was Block of Cheese that beat Elmo by tap out in the green arena. So Block of Cheese advances to the next round. Elmo drops to the loser's bracket, or they're going to fight the winner of Deatharang versus Grover. That's right, we could have Elmo versus Grover. I'm sure a lot of people would look forward to that. So working on our cage right now. Getting everything working and in order while we await the next fight. We're going through plastic ants. So at some point we're going to get Bottom Feeder versus MC Herbie in the green cage. And it looks like we're going to get Bite of Steel versus Prince in the red and blue cage once that's ready. So we're Garden State Combat Robotics League. We fight every month, roughly speaking, all around New Jersey. We fight 3-pound, 1-pound, and 1-pound plastic ant. If you hear the term beetle weight, that refers to a 3-pound bot. Ant weight refers to a 1-pound bot. So we got Bite of Steel loading into the red corner. And we have Prince loading into the blue corner. This is a winner's bracket fight, so whoever loses will go to the loser's bracket. They can spare the fight. Remember, Prince has that very, very large vertical disc. Bite of Steel has that 3-knuckle fingertech beater bar. Both of these bots capable of sending the other into the ceiling, so this should be an entertaining fight. When you have a weapon as big as Prince's, the question is stability. Can they keep themselves upright? Can they keep themselves not landing on their head? Because that can be very difficult to turn around with. You have a weapon going at full speed like that, especially a vertical weapon, a vertical spinner. You make a turn, and the side of your bot will kick up. So, I'm doing okay so far. I usually do better on my own, but if you like to complicate, I can do it. Or what I can do is I can take lunch too, because I can probably use lunch. Let's do it at the end of this round, okay? When we get this round of noodles, check. Okay, let's do it then. Awesome, thank you, Kim. This is Prince versus Bite of Steel. Bite of Steel. Okay, so once again, we have Prince, the vertical spinner, in the blue corner, and Bite of Steel, the beater bar, in the red corner. Well, now that's that stability I was talking about. You see how spinning that weapon launched Prince onto its back. Center of gravity is so important with these bots. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this fight started. 3, 2, 1. Fight! And here we go. Both bots meeting in the center. Prince with a good hit at first. Another good hit from Prince. And Prince getting Bite of Steel in the corner. There goes one wheel guard. There goes the other wheel guard. In 2 consecutive hits, those Bite of Steel's wheels are exposed. And sure enough, it's lost one wheel. Is he going to lose the other wheel? Is he going to tap out soon? Here comes Prince. Prince looking to attack him. And there's the count out. Prince with a victory dance. A decisive victory for Prince. So Prince will advance. Bite of Steel will move to the loser's bracket. Prince is going to fight Revolver in the next round. Bite of Steel is going to fight the winner of Annihilation versus Mondo Bizarro. So we're still early enough in the competition that a bot that loses, their day is not over yet. But we're getting some really big hits so far in today, and that's always fun to see. So our next fight is going to be Dimachorus versus Joe. Dimachorus is, I'm always going to mispronounce that, I'm afraid. Dimachorus is driven by Beckett from South Orange, New Jersey. Beckett is known to be a very, very, very good driver. He drives Delta DeLucia, and this is his kinetic weapon. So that is a bot with a kinetic weapon, so it can do a great deal of damage. Meanwhile, we've got a fight starting over in the green cage. That's going to be Bottom Feeder versus MC Hermie. I can already hear some weapon exchanges over there. So both of these bots looking for some sort of damage. Looks like Bottom Feeder has a weapon that's still working. Actually, MC Hermie's weapon is working as well. Now, this is a plastic ant event. Plastic ant fight. That means both these bots have to be made out of plastic almost entirely. Only their electronics and maybe their wheels can be not plastic. So even their weapons, those spinning weapons, they're plastic too. One really cool thing about plastic ants is the geometry. It can be really cool, and you see a lot of really cool angles in their geometry because they're not limited to what they can machine in metal or bend in metal. They can print it however they want, subject to what a 3D printer is capable of doing. And you can hear from these bangs from the side of the cage that these weapons, they don't get around, even though they're plastic ants. plastic ant fight, you often do see bits of plastic flying everywhere, so plastic ant can be very destructive. That said, if you're looking to get into the sport, plastic ant is one of the best weight classes to start in, because the components are just so easy to source, relatively speaking, and it's relatively quick to get one of these bots together. That 10 count here is a pin. That's MC Hermie getting a good pin on bottom feeder. So bottom feeder now looking to get another hit. I think MC Hermie's weapon is down, it looks like. So bottom feeder with a functional weapon has a bit of an advantage now. Can they take advantage and make this work? Bottom feeder looking for a good hit over here, a good solid hit on MC Hermie. MC Hermie is looking for a pin, trying to knock bottom feeder in the corner and take control of this match. That is, take the control category from the judges. And that's a 10 count, 10 seconds left in this fight. It is going to go to the judges. So that fight will go to the judges. That fight is going to go to the judges. The winner is going to fight Block of Cheese. The loser is going to fight Trampoline. While we wait for our next beetle fight, next scheduled beetle fight is going to be the Fool versus Mr. Scrubbles. If you remember, the Fool won by beating Crashfest, which is not an easy feat. Crashfest is a really tough bot to fight. Mr. Scrubbles got here by beating Kitsune. Kitsune, also a really tough bot. Both of those veteran 3-pound bots, so that had to get sent to the losers bracket. So far, some really interesting developments. Next is going to be Fool versus Mr. Scrubbles. Assuming that it's going to be a beetle fight next, which it should be. Meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye on the judges for that result of bottom feeder versus MC Hermie. That was a good fight between the two of them. MC Hermie kept it going even though they lost their weapon. You know, you really have to dig down when you lose your weapon and try to get those control points, which is exactly what MC Hermie was doing. So we are Garnet State Combat Robotics League, or GSCRL for short. We have events roughly once a month all over New Jersey. We fight plastic ants, and beetles. We'd like to shout out our sponsors. You can see our sponsors at the front of each of our cages. This would literally be impossible without them. We are a nonprofit organization, almost completely volunteer run. I think completely volunteer run. So we really rely on donations to make things tick. So far an exciting day, some really interesting upsets, some really intriguing matches, and some really big hits. So exactly what we want for each event. We want to see those big hits. We want to see those upsets. We want to see that drama, nothing predictable. So I'll tell you more about how our events work. So what happens is each fight runs 2.5 minutes, and it could end short on a knockout if one bot cannot move on its own accord, or if the fight runs the distance, 2.5 minutes, it ends by judge's decision. We have a panel of 3 judges who make a call based on control, aggression, and damage are the 3 categories they score. The way they actually do that is they assign points. Each category is worth points, so control is worth 6 points, damage is worth 6 points, and aggression is worth 5 points. That way you can't have a tie. So each judge sums it up, then we count how many judges voted for each bot, and the bot that got the most judges on their side wins. actually think this might be a good time to make a change. If you want. If you're busy, I can keep going. I'll keep going. Okay, I'll keep going then. I'm good. I'm good. All right, we've got the Fool coming in. We've seen the Fool fight before. They beat Crash Fest with that dual cam lifter. Those dual cam lifters are no joke. They can really, really change the outcome of a fight. Meanwhile, we're waiting for Mr. Scrubbles to come by. Once Mr. Scrubbles comes by, we can have a fight. Going to be interesting to see if anybody can take on those cam lifters. Here's Mr. Scrubbles. Mr. Scrubbles, driven by Grant Makara from Loveland, Ohio. The Fool, driven by Lyndon Siegel from Melrose, Massachusetts. And you see Mr. Scrubbles has a festive ribbon at its top. We did ask all of our competitors if they could to holiday theme their bots, which Mr. Scrubbles has done. So, doors are closing, and we will get this fight starting momentarily. And a twitch test, making sure that everything's working, both drive and weapon. Mr. Scrubbles is ready. The Fool is ready. Judges, are you ready? Ref, are you ready? We're going to just make sure technically we can be ready. We're ready to go. All right, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. So here we go, Mr. Scrubbles into the side of the arena. They want to see if they can get to the side or the back of the Fool. Just like that, a good pin from Mr. Scrubbles. The Fool has to turn this around. They want to get underneath. Yeah, that's what they want to do. Activate that cam lifter and get Mr. Scrubbles off the ground. Mr. Scrubbles is currently inverted, so that beetle bar is spinning down, and there's the kind of pin that the Fool wants. The Fool wants to make exactly that sort of pin. Looks like the Fool has ingested their own ribbon, so they now have a very festive beetle bar. It is still spinning, though, so that's all that really counts. Both bots turning around. Now that beetle bar, has it stopped? Is it entangled? Is it self-entangled? The Fool is inverted. That's not going to be great for them because they really do want to be able to get under their opponent. But I believe Mr. Scrubbles' weapon is down. So Mr. Scrubbles' weapon is down. The Fool is inverted. So neither of these weapons are really a feature. This really is all about driving right now until either Mr. Scrubbles can get the weapon going or the Fool can improvise a pin just like that. That was some excellent improvisation. The Fool is trying. Now we got a pause. The Fool has stuck themselves into the corner of the arena. I'm standing in front of the safety broom. I'm delaying things. I am not helping. So referee Matt is going to separate these bots. They're stuck together. There we go.
Blue side, ready? Red side, ready?
70 seconds, yeah. Okay, we're going to time it. Okay, no, all good, all good. We're just going to get a timer here and make sure that we can accurately count. It was, okay, let's say 70 seconds. Yep. Okay, so we're going to time this cage side over here. All right, everybody ready? Ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, fight! So now coming back into this fight, now that the bots are unstuck, the Fool is still upside down. Mr. Scrubbles driving on top of the Fool's forks. I'm not sure how great a strategy that is. The Fool has to back off now. Kind of tricky to back off with that incline over there as the Fool is upside down. Mr. Scrubbles temporarily getting itself on the side of the wall.
40 seconds.
And now another good pin by the Fool, but Mr. Scrubble's able to get off the pin. That's the tricky thing about fighting a cam lifter. You have to just avoid those forks and get in from behind. If you can do that, you're in good shape. Mr. Scrubbles with that disabled weapon trying to be a control bot now. The Fool upside down trying to get a pin despite them being a ramp now. They might have one if they can turn that lifter around. They do, but they just don't have the angle right. And Mr. Scrubbles able to break free. 5 seconds left in the fight. Can anyone make a last impression? That's a good last impression from the Fool, and that is the match. Let's hear from both these bots. So this fight is going to go to the judges. So now the judges are going to sort this out, try to determine a winner for this fight. The winner of this fight will fight Joe. So a quick update. Joe and Dimachorus were supposed to fight. Dimachorus actually had to forfeit. So Joe advanced. So the Fool and Mr. Scrubbles, the winner of that fight is going to fight Joe. We're actually heading to the winner's semifinals. We're making great progress over here in the Beetle bracket. So for the semifinals in the winner's bracket, we have Revolver versus Prince. In the loser's bracket, we have Joe versus either the Fool or Mr. Scrubbles, based on the outcome of that last fight. I'm going to take a break soon. Meanwhile, we have not yet started the loser's bracket for the Beatles yet. But when we do, we'll start with Annihilation versus Mondo Bizarro, and then go to Crash Fest versus Kitsune. Some really good fights in the loser's bracket. They always are, because at that point it's do or die. Meanwhile, over in the Ants, looks like Dolce de Lucha is forfeited against Ipso Facto. So Ipso Facto is going to move forward in the winner's bracket. And again, we have not yet started the loser's bracket for the ant weight bots. Thanks. So in the loser's bracket for the ants, we're going to start with Rabot versus Bumble. And then we've got Bladezilla versus Nixan DX. And that'll be the first two fights of the loser's bracket in the ant weights. Meanwhile, the plastic ants have been rolling along. We're just about in the winner's semifinal for the plastic ants, which will feature Block O Cheese versus Bottom Feeder. Bottom Feeder winning that fight against MC Herbie. Meanwhile, we have a decision in the most recent Beetle fight. That was the Fool winning by unanimous judges' decision versus Mr. Scrubbles. Not a big surprise. Mr. Scrubbles lost their weapon. I think they self-entangled with their Christmas decoration, which is an unfortunate way to go. So the Fool will fight Joe in the winner's semifinals, and Mr. Scrubbles is going to wind up fighting, trying to figure out which bot that Mr. Scrubbles is going to fight. Mr. Scrubbles is going to fight Bean Supreme. There we go. So we've got a really interesting Beetle bracket going on. So jumping back to the plastic ants, we're going to have Block of Cheese versus Bottom Feeder in the winner's semifinal. And then we're going to have the captain versus either Crash Panda or Fully Daga. Meanwhile, in the loser's bracket, we're going to have Copacabana versus Mint Thin and Deatharang versus Grover leading that off. So we got some good fights starting off. So this is pretty common for a combat robotics event. Oh, looks like we're going to have some fights loaded in. So we're going to have our first loser's bracket fight. Mondo Bizarro. we're gonna have Annihilation versus Mondo Bizarro. This is our first losers bracket fight, which means the winner advances and the loser is out. So a lot on the line for this fight. This is Annihilation in the red corner, and losers bracket round 1. Beatles. Sorry. Annihilation versus Mondo Bizarro. There it is. So we have Mondo Bizarro in the blue corner and Annihilation in the red corner. All right, let's see if these Mondo Bizarro in blue, Annihilation in red. All right. We're making sure these builders are ready. Annihilation needs a moment to make sure that their bot is going to be working. And so Annihilation might need a little bit more time to get ready. This is going to be in the hands of the organizers to see if they can grant them. But right now, Annihilation's weapon does not seem to be working. There's going to be a call from the organizers. So we're going to figure out. Oh, looks like the weapon is working. Is the weapon working? Okay. All right. All right, so we got to get our bots ready. I think Mondo got itself stuck. There it goes. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Let's get this fight started. In 3, 2, 1, fight. And you hear both of these weapons, but Annihilation takes a wrong turn and Mondo Bizarro has free access to its back plate. And now Annihilation seems to have recovered from that. Can it get a good bite? It seems to have lost. Nope, its drive is working. Mondo waiting for that. Annihilation drives into it. Oh, big hit. Mondo drives Annihilation into the ceiling. Excellent hit from Mondo Bizarro. Mondo Bizarro now taking Annihilation into the corner. Annihilation is upside down. Still all systems go for both of these bots. Annihilation just has to get self-righted, and it'll be in really good shape. Can Annihilation do a violent self-right against one of these walls? Nope, Mondo's going to do the job for him. Annihilation is now right side up. Now can it face Mondo and give Mondo a good hit? Yes, it can, just like that. So Annihilation with another good hit on the back of Mondo. This fight has turned a little bit. Mondo is now upside down. Still all weapons working. Drives seem to mostly be working. Mondo may have lost one drive side. This fight has definitely turned around. Annihilation has control of this fight now. Mondo now has full control of its drive though. Drive is fully working. Annihilation not going to win any land speed records, but seems to have been a very effective so far. Mondo putting Annihilation in the corner. Annihilation with an excellent counter punch. 1 minute remaining in this fight. Annihilation stuck against the red side rail. Annihilation might be stuck. Does Annihilation need an unstick? And we're going to pause. We're going to pause this fight for an unstick at 47 seconds. Can we pause? Pause. So we have 40 seconds left in this fight. Both bots are going to use their unsticks as both bots are stuck. So first we're going to free Annihilation. We have freed Annihilation. Now we're going to free Mondo. Mondo is trying to get unstuck. The other end of that broom might be a little better. Yeah, Referee Matt with the safety broom. Thank you, Referee Matt. Let's hear it for Referee Matt. Woo! All right. Mondo, are you ready? Annihilation, are you ready? Let's get this fight restarted. Are we ready to restart? In 3, 2, 1, fight! So now we're going to start again. We have 40 seconds left in this fight. Annihilation is not moving again. Can Annihilation get... Yes, Annihilation gets itself unstuck. But Mondo having control of the fight again. Annihilation upside down. Remember, this is a loser's bracket fight. Loser goes home. So both of these bots want to win. Annihilation on his head. 15 seconds remaining. Mondo taking Annihilation into the corner. Good hit from Mondo. Annihilation not showing much movement. Starting to show some cosmetic damage. Annihilation with a good counter punch. Will it be enough? Last few seconds of the fight and it is over. Let's hear it for both these competitors. So now we're going to do a post-fight functionality test. Make sure that both of these bots have drive and weapon. So it looks like both these bots have somehow finished this fight with full drive and full weapon. Now they've got to power down, head back into their respective corners, and we will get a judge's decision soon. Kim, are you good to step in soon? Yes. Do we have extra water somewhere? Okay. I'll pick up some water then. It's no big deal.
Wait, which overlay is this?
So we're getting our bots loaded out right now. Loading in. Looks like we're loading out another fight. Looks like we had another plastic can fight in the green arena in the meantime. Looks like Mint Thin has defeated Copacabana, and that was a loser's bracket fight, so unfortunately, Copacabana has got to do its singing elsewhere. It is out for the day. Mint Thin advances, and Mint Thin will fight Eschatology in the second round of the loser's bracket. So some big action so far over here. We're waiting for Crash Fest and Kitsune next. Another loser's bracket fight. It's a tough position for any builder here. Oh, we have a winner. Well, that was just our way of building suspense here. So, we have a winner of Annihilation versus Mondo Bizarro. Your winner by judge's decision is Mondo Bizarro. Good fight from both. That must have been a close judge's decision. So, Mondo Bizarro. I'm sorry. If they're able to fight, hopefully they will be. Unfortunately, Annihilation's day is over. Next up is Crash Fest versus Kitsune. That's losers one in Beatles. Yep. Oh, whichever microphone you want. There we go. I need to figure out what you were doing, so if I can watch them after too. Oh, I wasn't actually had touch part. I was just referring. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, watch what I do here. I'm just going by order. The only thing I need to know is once a class ends, what the next class is, and then it's just top to bottom. So it's once the first fight starts, it's pretty easy to figure it out. So we just did Annihilation versus Mondo. Yep, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the green cage just to keep that updated so it's not like completely ignored. So, and if there's like downtime there, I focus on the fight there. but the fight here takes priority. We're doing 2 minutes on the clock, right? 2:30.
Looks like Crash Fest and Kitsune are both loaded up in the big box, ready for this match. Looks like our drivers are ready. We are waiting on a judge. Judges, are we ready? Judges are ready. Drivers, ready? Ready it up. All right, this match will begin in 3, 2, 1. Some sparks flying already in this match right off the bat. Crash Fest already going on Kitsune. We got a count in that near corner. Kitsune showing some wicked spins while Crash Fest cautiously approaches that wicked hit right against the edge of the arena. More sparks showing off to the judges, neither robot letting down even a little bit. Kitsune processing across the arena after that hit. On their side, when last time you saw Quinn land on that piece. 110 seconds to go in this match. Crash Fest and Kitsune. Crash Fest trying to let Kitsune's weapon do the damage to itself. Crash Fest now pushing Kitsune around the arena. 100 seconds left. Crash Fest showing off some of that ridiculous driving they showed off at NHL All-Stars earlier this week. More sparks as the forks on Crash Fest push Kitsune into the wall as they process. Crash Fest cautious as Kitsune moves itself across the arena, peeling the edge of its weapon. Crash Fest and Kitsune, hit after hit after hit. Looks like we have a quiet motor in the arena. It looks like they might have lost their weapon for Kitsune. Crash Fest is pushing them around. Looks like we might have a pin, but right now it looks like Crash Fest is high-centered on Kitsune. Then they're off. Looks like we have a soft given space. All right then. So we're looking at some limited movement from Kitsune. It seems 47 seconds left. This may end up going to a KO. We have some motion over here for Kitsune.
40 seconds.
You heard our referee with 40 seconds left in the match. It is potentially going to the judges. Some incredible control and some aggression from Crash Fest as they pinch and grab and move Kitsune back to the center of the box, showing off their prize. 24 seconds. Kitsune is not showing any more weapon movement, which is really interesting. Crash is still pushing them across the arena. Is Kitsune showing any motion on their drive?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
And this one will go to the...
Okay, Kitsune. Drive. Got one side.
With some limited move from Kitsune, this one will be going to the judges, and we'll see what they have to say after this ends. As always, keeping the arena clear of intentional debris is an important part of our competition. So while folks are making quite the show over in the green arena, we have our big, pretty box being cleaned up and the damage only being intentional.
Folks, we're going to take a short break for lunch, but we will be back soon. See you soon. right, folks, we're going to resume fights very shortly. Again, we are resuming fights very shortly. Do you know what's loading in now? Oh, yeah, okay. I got it. Thank you. So loading in now in the red corner is Phantom.
You guys, power on and all that jazz.
And loading into the blue corner is In-Floor Face. In-Floor Face has already fought a few times. It is a horizontal spinner. Phantom has several configurations. We are seeing its vertical spinning configuration. Generally speaking, usually when a vert goes up against a horizontal, the vert has the advantage, but we will see. Bots are doing their twitch tests. They're going to make sure their weapon spins and that they can drive as expected.
Red side, ready?
Judges, ready? We ready to go? All right, let's get this fight started. In 3, 2, 1, fight. So neither bot doing a box rush. In-floor face spinning around a little bit. Now turns its weapon and a massive hit. Let's see if Phantom's weapon can recover from that. Phantom's weapon did a lot of work sending in-floor face into the ceiling, but I'm not sure it's still spinning. In-floor face is still spinning. In-floor face is now grinding away at the weapon. What Phantom wants to do now is get their weapon just making contact with in-floor face. Even though it's not spinning, that's effectively armor for them. But they don't want in-floor face's weapon hitting their wheels or back plate, because sad things will happen in that case. Now here they are as a control bot trying to get in-floor face into the corner. In-floor face fighting back. In-floor face is not really set up to do control stuff. It is an all-offense machine. Whereas Phantom, they're upside down, but they're still kind of able to do some control. They can drive upside down. As you can see, they can't drive great upside down. They really want to get reflipped so they're back on their wheels, and they can do a lot better. Phantom actually has a polycarbonate bottom.
60 seconds.
Just a thin layer of polycarbonate that's almost like TPU, and hoping that can deflect blows. That huge hit, though, that was something else at the start of the fight. Sometimes in these fights, those very first hits really determine the whole flow of the fight and what happens from there, and I think that happened here. Referee asking for motion, and we're going to pause. Pause. So we're pausing with 32 seconds left. We're going to try unsticking Phantom and see if it has a little more mobility there. Referee Matt saying he wants to see what happens.
Blue side, ready? Red side, ready? On the count
All
of
right.
3.
3, 2, 1, fight, and we are resumed with 32 seconds left. Phantom still not showing a whole lot of motion. Its left wheel, well, what seems to be its right wheel, but actually it's left wheel because it's upside down. That wheel is not moving great, and now a count out is starting. See if it can show any more motion than just going in circles. That's enough, referee Matt says. That's enough, and this fight is going to go to the judges with only 5 seconds left.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
And we are going to the judges. Let's hear it for these two bots.
No weapon, right? Okay, do you drive? No weapon. Okay. My weapon still works. My weapon still works. It just flipped over. Yeah, okay. I'll allow it. Yeah. Let's see.
So we're doing a functionality test. We're going to briefly open the cage. We're going to get Phantom back on its feet, and we're going to see if its weapon works, because that's going to make a big difference as far as the judges are concerned. So now that's our functionality test. It looks like Phantom does not have weapon, and that's going to make a difference. Remember, get this spot and not this spot. You want to take this spot in the cage, not that one. All right, so we're going to wait for a judge's decision for that one. So for that one, the winner technically fights Delta De Lucha, but I don't know if they're still around. Sorry? Oh, okay. So it looks like Delta De Lucha has had to leave, unfortunately. So the winner of this fight is going to get a bye in their next round, it looks like. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this damage over here. I wish we had a camera, but we have a camera? So I'm taking a look at Alex. Alex Curtis is passing me in-floor face, and we're going to get a camera over here, and we're going to take a good look at the damage. That first hit between Phantom and in-floor face was absolutely spectacular. It was really, really something. So we're going to get a look at that. This is the hit that sent you to the ceiling. Okay, so we're going to, let's see how this looks over here. There, can we get that nice and close? Okay, so if you can see that little seam over there, like right over there, that's that hit. That was direct from Phantom. Phantom really gave it to in-floor face, but that was also the hit that disabled Phantom's weapon. So that's one of the things about these high kinetic energy weapons. You have to be able to withstand the force of your own hits, and that's not a trivial problem. That is the stronger your weapon is, the stronger your bot needs to be, because that force goes all back into your bot. Oh, this is a repeat? And also, I want to point out that this bot, in-floor face, is a Repeat Robotics kit. Repeat Robotics is one of our sponsors. Thank you so much for helping us with this event. We could not do this without our sponsors. And a big thank you to all our sponsors as well. Yeah. So now we're waiting for, looks like we have, let's see who we've got. I think Revolver and Prince loading in, so this would be a winner's semifinal fight. This is a really huge fight because the winner of this fight goes on to the winner's finals, and the winner's final, that's a fight you really want to win, because if you can get in there, that gets you into the grand final. We only do one grand final here at GSCRL, but still, you know, this is a pretty critical fight. Obviously, since it's a winner's side fight, whoever loses is not eliminated, but this is still the shortest path to the bracket. All right, we're going to see if these competitors are ready. They're doing their Twitch test now. Prince is in the blue. Prince and Revolver. So Prince is in the blue corner. They're the vertical spinner. Revolver's in the red corner. They're the horizontal spinner. So judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Ref, are you ready? Ref is ready. Okay, let's get this fight started. In 3, 2, 1, fight. So here comes the spin. Oh no! Revolver immediately losing its weapon. its weapon hit the arena and just decided to split. So they're still fighting though. Eric is still in this one, driving Revolver. It's just a control bot now. So let's see if he can wedge his way to victory against a very big destructive spinner. And now we gotta stop the fight. We gotta stop. We are stopping the fight. It looks like Prince's weapon is embedded inside Revolver, and that is a tap out. That was a spectacular hit. So an absolutely spectacular hit. Spectacular fight. Revolver lost their weapon almost immediately and then tried to wedge their way to victory, but got turned around and Prince embedded their spinning bar directly into Revolver's backplate. That's a tricky place to be. We wanted to stop the fight because we weren't sure how close to the Revolver's battery Prince was. It turns out Prince missed Revolver's battery, but Eric tapped out anyway. So, again, this is a winner's fight, so Revolver is still in the competition. Revolver will drop to the loser's bracket. Prince advances to the winner's final. That's not the grand final, just the winner's final. The winners, so Prince is going to fight the winner of Joe and the Fool. And it is possible we may get a matchup between two people from the same team. We may get a matchup between Prince and the Fool. Prince is Jillian's spot and the Fool is Lyndon's spot. So we may see them both go up against each other. Revolver, in the meantime, is going to drop to the loser's quarterfinals. There's one of three bots they may fight. They may fight Mondo Bizarro. They may fight Mr. Scrubbles. They may fight Bean Supreme. We shall see. So, some interesting matchups there as we do the cleanup from this fight and await the next fight. My guess is the next fight might be Joe versus the Fool. yeah. I'm laughing because referee Matt has to clean up his hands after getting them dirty, having to unstick those bots. So now waiting on Joe versus the Fool. That's where we are with the Beatles in the winners semifinals. We also have round 2 of the losers bracket to go through. Meanwhile, in the antweights, we still have round 3 to go through for the winners bracket. And we had one fight from round 2. So we're going to pick up whoever's ready. We're going to keep an eye to see who is ready for that next fight. So we are GSCRL. We're the Garden State Combat Robotics League. We fight about once per month all around the great state of New Jersey. Looks like we're getting our next fight ready. This is Joe versus the Fool. So if you remember, the Fool is a cam lifter. They beat Crash Fest, their first fight, which is no small feat. Then they beat Mr. Scrubbles in their most recent fight. Joe, in the meantime, beat Impact, also no small feat, through judge's decision, and then advanced via forfeit against Dimecurus. I'm still not sure I'm pronouncing that right. So now we got Joe versus the Fool. The Fool is in the blue corner. It sounds like a tarot card reading. The Fool is in the blue corner. They're the cam lifter with those long, long metal forks. Joe is in the red corner. They've got a small, I don't know if it's literally an SSP lifter, but it resembles one, and long TPU forks. their TPU forks are designed to wobble on hits, so they're hoping more success against verts, but of course they're not up against a vert, they're against a very nasty weapon type. We are ready. Are we ready to start? We are ready to start. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And the Fool with a box rush that Joe nimbly steps aside. The Fool on top of Joe briefly. They get apart. Joe's able to get underneath those cam forks, but not for long, and there's a good cam lift. That's 10 seconds the Fool has to pin Joe, and now the Fool releases. Joe looking to not get on those cam forks, but is up there anyway. And now they're released. Looks like Joe might be stuck in the side of the arena. Joe trying to unstick themselves, and they do. The Fool looking for a good angle. The Fool able to get under those TPU wedges, and there's another lift. Those cam forks doing really, really strong work. They're a really powerful weapon. Hard to get right. It's not an easy weapon type to work with, but as you can see, when you get them right, it is a pretty difficult weapon to deal with. Just like that. That was the Fool once again pinning Joe into the corner, and again pinning Joe against the side. More and more pins. That's like 5 or 6 pins already. So Joe looking for an answer against those forks. And there we go, knocked up against those forks again. Do they need an unstick? Or can they? They're pausing. We're pausing for an unstick with, can we pause? Pause. So we're pausing with 51 seconds remaining in the fight. Stuck pretty well, it looks like. So referee Matt using all his strength. Those forks stuck in pretty well, but referee Matt able to unstick it. Let's hear it for referee Matt.
Blue side, ready? Red side, ready? Match will resume in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight!
And here we go with the resumption of the fight. Joe's able to get underneath the Fool. That's a good thing for Joe. They really, really need that leverage, but now the Fool able to get under Joe, and that's another pin. Remember, you have 10 seconds to pin. That's why referee Matt is counting those down. We have 30 seconds left in this fight. 30 seconds for Joe to turn this around and try to get some control over the fight. They're stuck underneath the seam again, I think. And they're not going to get another unstick. Oh, and the Fool releases them. That's a lot of control that the Fool has been showing this entire fight as time runs low and time runs out. So this fight is over. Both bots have full drive and weapon functionality. So in terms of damage, there may not be much action in the damage category. That's likely to be 3-3. So then it's going to come down to control, 6 points for control, so the judges will decide that. And aggression, 5 points for aggression, so the judges will have to decide that. Each judge will enter their own votes. I think it's pretty safe to say that damage they're going to split 3-3. And then it's just a matter of what they put for aggression and control. Yeah, because we were showing the bot. Yeah. I can do it either way. I don't care. It might be good. It might be good to keep it like that so we can show damage for bots. So now the judges have entered their votes. They're going to pass it along to be counted. And I will let you know as soon as possible who that winner's going to be. Whoever wins this fight is going to face Prince. And as I was saying before, Prince and the Fool are from the same team. So it's entirely possible we may get Prince and the Fool matched up against each other. And if they do, I really hope they fight. That would be really cool. Looks like we got Mr. Scrubbles and Bean Supreme.
Yeah, Joe is the same people as Mr. Scrubbles, so they're probably going to need it.
So next up, we've got a losers bracket matchup, round 2 of losers round. Round 2 of losers bracket. So it's going to be Mr. Scrubbles versus Bean Supreme. Since this is a losers fight, whoever loses is done. So obviously both of these bots really want to win. Mr. Scrubbles won their first fight against Kitsune, but lost against the Fool. I think that's going to be a theme this event. Bean Supreme, in the meantime, lost their first fight against Revolver. And we have a decision. It is a judge's decision from the last fight with Joe versus the Fool. The judges have awarded the win to the Fool. Not a huge surprise there. That was a lot of cam lifting the Fool did. Joe wasn't able to get as much control as they wanted. So it will indeed be a fight between Jillian and Lyndon, Prince versus the Fool, with the winner going to the grand final of the Beatles. So that's going to be interesting. Meanwhile, Joe drops into the losers bracket, where they could fight one of 4 bots. They could fight Bite of Steel, they could fight Impact, they could fight Tokyo Drisk, or they could fight Crash Fest. Would be interesting if they fought Crash Fest, because that would be 2 dominant control bots they'd be matched up against. Meanwhile, it looks like we got a fight lining up in the green cage. I'm going to take a look and see who that fight is. I see a metal beater bar, so I don't think it's a planned fight. So this is Banana Hammock versus Robo Mouse over in green. So Banana Hammock versus Robo Mouse. Talk a little about the implications of this fight. So this is a losers bracket match. Loser will go home. Winner will advance and fight any number of bots. Actually, no, there's only 2 bots they can fight. They're going to fight the loser of Shin Kicker versus Goose. And here's Mr. Scrubbles. So I'm going to stay on here on the big cage while they load in over here. In the meantime, Robomouse versus Banana Hammock. I'm going to keep an eye on this fight over here. Looks like a good hit from Banana Hammock against Robomouse. Robomouse has forklets as its weapon. No active weapon. They have forks as their main passive weapon. They're just going to try to fork you into the corner. Meanwhile, Banana Hammock, it doesn't look like the weapon's working. Oh, no, the weapon is working, and they deliver a really good hit against Robomouse. Meanwhile, in the red and blue cage, the doors are closed. So we have Bean Supreme in the blue corner, and we have Mr. Scrubbles in the red corner. Bean Supreme is an SSP lifter, and Mr. Scrubbles is a beater bar. And looks like Bean Supreme is stuck on the lip. They're just going to reset it so they can get a good start to the fight. So this is a loser's bracket fight. Loser goes home. This is a biggie. Everyone's ready, so let's get this started. In 3, 2, 1, fight! And a good rush from both of them. They meet in the middle. And that weapon from Mr. Scrubbles is fully spun up. It is trying to make some purchase, but those forks on Bean Supreme doing exactly what they need to do, keeping that fork, that beater bar at length, and there goes a fork. One whole side of Bean Supreme is just gone in the corner. And Mr. Scrubbles, and we don't need to pause. All right, we're continuing the fight. Bean Supreme briefly got stuck in the side, but they were able to free themselves. They're down to one fork in the front, though. Mr. Scrubbles trying to get rid of that other fork, see what they can do. That fork normally should get underneath, but it looks like Bean Supreme isn't moving. I don't see their wheels moving, so this might be a knockout. Is this a tap out? It's a tap out. Your winner by tap out is Mr. Scrubbles. So this means Mr. Scrubbles will go on to fight Mondo Bizarro in round 3 of the losers bracket. It also means that unfortunately Bean Supreme is done for the day, though we might get to see them in a grudge or two. But a very good fight. There was a lot of fun engagements in that fight. So we're now awaiting the next fight. In the meantime, I'll see if I can get an update on that fight that had loaded in the other cage. That was RoboMouse versus Banana Hammock. I believe that one went to the judges. So I will update you as soon as I have word on the winner. In the meantime, I see Impact versus Bite of Steel loading in. This is, again, a loser's bracket fight. The winner will fight either Tokyo Drisk or Crash Fest. I can't believe any of these bots are in the loser's bracket. Impact, Tokyo Drisk, and Crash Fest are all very, very good bots. And yet they all met their match in the winner's bracket earlier today, so they are playing for their lives. Meanwhile, Bite of Steel, this is Captain Andrew's first robot event, and he has already won one fight, so doing quite well for someone doing their first ever robot event. All right, so it looks like both bots are loaded in. Checking to see if the competitors are ready, checking to see if the judges are ready, and see if production is ready. Production is ready. Looks like we're ready to go. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Impact is coming out of the blue corner, and Bite of Steel at the red corner, looking for a hit. Oh, there goes one of Bite of Steel's wheel guards taken off by Impact. Impact is going to try to take out the other one, or maybe try to work on that unguarded side, maybe try to remove one of those juicy wheels. Bite of Impact, Bite of Steel trying to get itself unstuck from the side. Oh, but Impact doesn't do that, and we must stop. This fight is over as the battery from Bite of Steel has been exposed, and that is an automatic knockout for Impact. That's a big win for Impact right there. They will proceed to round 3 of the losers bracket, and they're going to fight the winner of Tokyo Drisk versus Crash Fest. That's going to be an interesting fight. In the meantime, I have a decision for you. RoboMouse versus Banana Hammock. The winner of that fight by judges' decision was RoboMouse. So RoboMouse will advance to the next round, where they will face the loser of Shin Kicker versus Goose. Unfortunately, Banana Hammock is eliminated. So that's a quick peek into the ant weight bracket. So we are going to have Tokyo Drisk versus Crash Fest. This is going to be a wild fight. This is a fight I'd expect a little bit later in the bracket, so it's a bit of a treat now to have it right now. A winner of this fight fights Impact. And that's going to be wild. Now, how they got here, Tokyo Drisk, based on its ranking and performance in the past, earned a bye. So its first fight was round 2, where it was upset by Revolver, having some drive issues. Meanwhile, Crash Fest was upset in the first round by the Fool, and had to fight its way out of the first round of the losers bracket. It got its first win against Kitsune, knocking Kitsune out of the competition. And now it's Tokyo Drisk versus Crash Fest in the second round of the losers bracket for the right to face Impact in the third round of the losers bracket. Certainly a tough road, but both of these bots are very good, so they're more than capable of handling it. Okay, Crash Fest is the yellow and red bot loading into the blue corner. Tokyo Drisk is the bot that's currently spinning up in the red corner. Bots are both getting ready. We're seeing if everybody's ready. Yep, everybody's ready. Let's get this fight started. In 3, 2, 1, fight! So no box rush. In fact, it's Tokyo Drisk that rushes Crash Fest, which is surprising. But Crash Fest is now taking Tokyo Drisk in the corner for one of its patented sand shovel pins. You see that sand shovel flipping Tokyo Drisk up in the air. Tokyo Drisk now stuck in the corner upside down. Not the best place. It's going to want to figure out how to get itself self-right. Maybe a violent self-right against the side of the wall, just like that. But unfortunately, it gyros itself back upside down. Gets a hit against Crash Fest, still upside down. It can drive upside down, but those double vertical discs will not work as well if it's upside down. It really wants a self-right. Meanwhile, Crash Fest has been getting a lot of control. You see those the discs from Tokyo Drisk hitting the forks in Crash Fest. That's exactly what Robert Run wants. He doesn't mind. He can have those forks get hit all day. He doesn't care about those. He just doesn't want the weapon to hit his wheels. Big violent self-right. Tokyo Drisk is now right side up, and now is trying to work on one of Crash Fest's wheels. Those wheels are tougher than they look. Crash Fest, a very difficult bot to knock out. The TPU that it's made out of is very flexible, and it can absorb punishment from the most destructive of bots. Tokyo Drisk is no slouch themselves. They have won a GSCRL championship before, so they know what they're doing. This is a very high caliber fight, certainly a very loud one. Tokyo Drisk doing a lot of damage, a lot of hits, not necessarily damage, to the side of the cage. And certainly some loud hits against Crash Fest's forks. Just over 30 seconds remaining in this fight. Tokyo Drisk wanting to do some damage to Crash Fest. Crash Fest still in control. And that's a way to get out of a potential pin. Launch yourself several feet in the air. Warp into the different part of the cage. That's exactly what Tokyo Drisk is doing. Tokyo Drisk still has full weapon, full drive, except when it gets pinned by Crash Fest just as it is. Counting down the pin, 3 seconds left in this fight. And that is the fight. More suffocating control driving from Robert Run and Crash Fest. You can see him flipping that weapon. He probably feels pretty good about that fight as we go to the judges. So the judges will decide the winner of that fight. Remember, they're scoring on 3 categories: control, aggression, and damage. Each judge is going to pick a winner based on those categories, and the bot that has the most judges picking it is the winner of the fight. So I'm going to keep an ear open for that. I'll let you know as soon as I know the decision, and we will see who gets to fight Impact and Lars Elliott in the next round. So that'll do it for this round of the Beatles. That concludes round 2 of the losers bracket. I'm still awaiting a decision from Mr. Scrubbles versus Bean Supreme. So if anyone can get me that would be awesome. But we do have a judge's decision. This one was pretty quick. The winner of that last fight by judge's decision is Crash Fest. Oh, they tapped. I'm gonna. So just an update. Bean Supreme tapped out against Mr. Scrubbles. So it's going to be Mr. Scrubbles versus Mondo Bizarro and Impact versus Crash Fest in round 3 of the losers bracket. Now those bots are all going to need time to repair, which is why we run several weight classes. So we can run one weight class while another is repairing. So we're sort of in a holding pattern with beetles because we only have 8 beetles remaining. The beetles remaining are Prince and the Fool, who are going to face each other in the winner's final. And then in the losers quarterfinal, in the top half, we have Mr. Scrubbles against Mondo Bizarro. The winner's going to face Revolver. And in the bottom half, we have Impact versus Crash Fest. That's going to be a good fight. And the winner's going to fight Joe. And then eventually, there's going to be one bot left in the losers bracket. They're going to face the one bot left in the winner's bracket for one fight for all the marbles. So meanwhile, we're going to wait, and we're hopefully going to get an ant weight fight soon, or maybe even a plastic ant fight. I'll update you on as soon as I hear about that. But for those of you just joining us, we are the Garden State Combat Robotics League, or GSCRL for short. We do fights like this, events like this, about once a month all over New Jersey. So you can catch us each month. We'll be fighting in January, we'll be fighting in February, and so on and so forth. And we fight in 3 weight classes. We fight in beetle weights, which are 3 pounds, ant weights, which are 1 pound, and plastic ant weights, which are also 1 pound, but made almost entirely out of plastic. So you can 3D print almost the entire bot. Just need the electronics and the wheels, and then you can 3D print pretty much everything else. As you can see, we have 2 arenas. We have a green arena where most of our plastic ant fights are held, and some of our regular ant weight fights. Then we have the larger arena where we have all our beetle fights and some of our ant weight fights. Right now, if you're watching at home, you'll only be seeing the red and blue arena, the big arena, but I'm going to try to keep you updated on everything that's happening in the small green arena. Speaking of, it looks like we are having a fight loading in there. I'm going to try to get you which one that is. Do we know who this fight is? All right, I'm going to try to get you the matchup here as soon as I can. If that's strike point, then this might be Lobot. This is Lobot, right? So it's strike point versus Lobot. Okay, so we have strike point versus Lobot. Strike point is a lifter, and Lobot is a wedge. So if you're watching at home, you're probably not, I don't think we have cameras on this, so I'm just going to be a play-by-play radio announcer. Hopefully give you some impression of the fight. Oh, looks like we got a fight loading in to the big cage, so I'm going to switch over to that one instead. So now we have Goose versus Shin Kicker. So in the blue corner, we have Goose, no worries, and in the red side, we have Shin Kicker. Making sure everybody is ready. Goose is a vertical spinner, and Shin Kicker is a horizontal spinner. So let's get this ready to go. 3, 2, 1, fight! So here we go. Shin Kicker is unfortunately kicking the floor of the arena. Goose looking for a good angle in pursuit. There's a good hit from Shin Kicker. Little bit of Goose's wedge flies into the corner. Goose is now upside down against the side of the arena. Let's see if they can move. Can they move? And we're going to pause, and we're going to unstick Goose, because we have a stuck goose right now. Nothing sadder than a stuck goose. But once we unstick the goose, let's see what happens. Meanwhile, over in the green arena, sounds like there's a pin going on. Looks like Lowe is pinning Strike Point. See how that fight's going over there. All right. And we're going to resume this fight once everybody's ready. 3, 2, 1, fight! So let's see if how much motion Goose has upside down. Goose might have stuck themselves on the side of the arena again. Meanwhile, Shin Kicker, their weapon is working. Will Shin Kicker try to hit Goose? Will Shin Kicker wait for the KO count? Shin Kicker going for a good angle. That's some big sparks that they show. And that's a count out happening right now against Goose. Goose's weapon is not going. They're able to move maybe a little bit, but I think that's all getting pushed from Shin Kicker. Shin Kicker still rights Goose. Goose is back on its wet feet, and Shin Kicker flips Goose right back over again. But now Shin Kicker's not moving. Can Shin Kicker move? Can Shin Kicker show some movement?
Got any motion?
Does Shin Kicker need to unstick? We're pausing. We're going to try to unstick Shin Kicker. If Shin Kicker's high-centered, then this should take care of it and get Shin Kicker moving again. But if Shin Kicker had a mechanical failure, this fight may suddenly turn. So we're going to start again. Ready? All right, let's start again in 3, 2, 1, fight. We have 63 seconds left of this fight. Shin Kicker is not moving. Goose is showing just enough motion that they're not going to get counted out. Here's the count out for Shin Kicker. Shin Kicker was dominating this fight. Sorry. Shin Kicker was dominating this fight, and suddenly it turns, and now Goose with the win. So this was a winner's bracket fight, so Shin Kicker is still in the competition. Goose is going to move on to the winner's semifinals. They're going to fight either Fully Combat or Trash Panda. In the meantime, Shin Kicker is going to go down to the loser's bracket, where they're going to fight Robo Mouse. So still hope for both. Meanwhile, we're going to wait for the next fight, which is going to be Fully Combat versus Trash Panda. Yes, yes they are. So now loading in, we have Fully Combat versus Trash Panda. This is an ant-weight fight in the winner's bracket. Winners round 3. The winner of this fight will fight Goose, who we just saw sneak out a win against Shin Kicker. Fully Combat is loaded into the arena. We're just waiting on Trash Panda. So it sounds like Trash Panda is still at his pit. So it might be a couple more minutes. Remember, these bots take a lot of abuse during their fights, so it takes some time to repair them, and we do give them time to repair. We try to be generous because we want these bots to fight. We want to put on the best possible fights. Obviously, the safest possible fights also. Now, Fully Combat, driven by Lars Elliott, a veteran driver despite his age. He has competed all over the country with various bots. So while we wait, I'll tell you more about. Oh, it looks like we're good. We are going to have a trash panda in the cage. Trash Panda, driven by Ben Trumbore from Ithaca, New York. Trash Panda having a good event so far. They're 1-0. They beat Bladezilla by knockout in their previous fight. Fully Combat beat Mo by knockout in their last fight. So both of these bots with knockout power. We are GSCRL. We are the Garden State Combat Robotics League. We have events all around New Jersey, about once a month in 2024. We try to get around because it is a fairly large state. And we want to make sure that everybody from North Jersey to South Jersey gets a chance to see what we do. From East Jersey to West Jersey. A little bit of percussive maintenance happening over in the cage right now. Hoping we're going to get to see a good fight with two working robots. Yeah, that's always the dream. We always want to see the bots working at their best. Cage doors are closing now. That's an excellent sign. Means that things are going to happen. Referee Matt about ready to start the fight.
Red side, ready. Judges, ready?
All right, we're ready to start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Fully Combat, all spun up and ready to go. Trash Panda, looking to absorb those hits. It is a control bot. Its job is going to try to corral and control Fully Combat, which is tricky because Fully Combat is way wider than Trash Panda. So what Ben would like to do is absorb as much of that abuse as he can and hopefully take out Fully Combat's weapon. Fully Combat, though, has come here to party, and they've just knocked Trash Panda into the corner. Trash Panda high-centered in the corner. This might need an unstick. But fortunately, Fully Combat up to the task. Lars unsticks Ben, and we fight on. I don't believe Trash Panda is configured with an active weapon for this fight, which is fully legal. Oh, there's a bit of wedge that just flew away. There's another bit of wedge that just flew away. That was Lars's weapon that flew away.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, release.
So now we have two bots, neither with a weapon, because Trash Panda has done what it wanted to. It has removed Fully Combat's weapon. But Fully Combat able to corral Trash Panda. Trash Panda able to break the pin, have enough horsepower in the drive to do so. Now Fully Combat needs to turn this around, but they're hanging up by the side of the arena. Very easy for Lars to go ahead and pin. And now in the corner, Lars able to go in and pin.
5, 4,
Fully Combat wants to turn Trash Panda wants to turn this fight around and take it to full combat, stay in the middle of the arena, and push Fully Combat into the side. It's tough with this geometry. Fully Combat just kind of wraps itself around you, and it's really hard to take control of a bot as wide as Fully Combat. Less than 30 seconds left of this fight between two unexpected control bots. And now, oh no, Trash Panda is doing the thing. That is what we call when a bot has...
9, 8, 7,
And Lars has revenge for his last fight as Trash Panda has been knocked out, knocked onto the front. We're saying Combat Robotics doing the thing when a bot gets knocked onto a side of its geometry that is unable to self-right from. That's exactly what happened to Trash Panda. So Fully Combat advances. Fully Combat will take on Goose. Meanwhile, Trash Panda will drop down to the loser's bracket. They're going to fight one of 4 bots. They're going to fight either Bumble, Peppermint, Shin Kicker, or Goose, I believe. Nope. Yep. Nope, they're going to fight Robomouse. Thank you. Good call. Speaking of Robomouse, we will see Robomouse soon.
We gotta get Bumble and Peppermint in. I don't know if that's the next one, but we need to get it.
Meanwhile, we've got a plastic ant fight loading in the cage. I believe we have MC Hermie and Trampoline in the small green cage. So those of you at home who are listening to this, I'm gonna let you know how it goes. So MC Herbie is a plastic ant with a vertical disc spinner. Trampoline, which is Hanukkah themed right now, with a very unusual shape, but a beater bar that is already working its way out of the chassis. Not a good sign for Trampoline. Here comes MC Herbie trying to get some good purchase on Trampoline. Trampoline getting pushed into the side of the wall. That beater bar on Trampoline, well, it's a weapon. It looks like it's just more of a vertical disc. It is not moving, unfortunately. And now it's completely out. So MC Herbie has completely de-weaponed Trampoline, and its motor is just dangling out. As long as it's a motor and not a battery, we can fight on. Once the battery is revealed, that's when we have to call the fight. So right now, MC Herbie in full control of the fight. Trampoline hoping to control its way to victory, but they're going to have to figure some way out of it. I see some Hebrew lettering on Trampoline. I think they wanted to make it a dreidel. Hopefully it doesn't spin like one. They want to keep that bot planted on the ground. That weapon's still dangling, that weapon motor is still dangling out of Trampoline. And they're trying to not get pushed around as much as they are against MC Herbie. MC Herbie able to push Trampoline around at will, it seems. So Trampoline is going to want to try to figure out how to reverse this fight. 30 seconds left in this fight in the green cage between 2 plastic ants. And now Trampoline not moving. Can Trampoline show motion? Trampoline not spinning its wheels. And now the referee's starting to count out while MC Herbie plays with Trampoline's weapon. And that is the fight. MC Herbie knocks out Trampoline. So briefly looking at the plastic ant division, that was a loser's bracket fight. Trampoline is eliminated. MC Herbie will go on to fight either Elmo or Deatharang. All right, so now we're going to head over to the, I believe this is still the ant bracket. This is Bumble versus Peppermint. Peppermint set up as an undercutter in the blue corner. Bumble also an undercutter in the red corner. So we're seeing if everybody's ready. We're making sure the judges are ready. Judges are ready. Production is ready. We are ready to go. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So Bumble out of the corner first, bumbling their way over to Peppermint. Peppermint in the corner, strikes against the corner of the arena. Both weapons active. Bumble now in the corner of the arena. Peppermint turning around. There is a weapon on the floor. I think that is Peppermint's weapon. So Bumble now having the upper hand, or maybe upper wing in this fight, as Peppermint has de-weaponed itself against the side of the arena. Also, Peppermint only seems to have one drive wheel working. Only that right side drive is working. So Bumble looking to give a good sting against Peppermint. Peppermint is not really built to control fights, so this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them, even if they make it the distance. About 100 seconds left in this fight, a little over a minute and a half. Oh, there goes a wheel! And that is a tap out from Peppermint. Bumble wins by tap out. So Bumble will advance to round 3 of the losers bracket. Peppermint, unfortunately, is out of the competition. Peppermint will fight the winner of Fully Combat versus Trash Panda, who I believe, that one went to the judges, right? But, oh, knockout. This bracket needs to be updated. I'm going to just go ahead and start updating the bracket. Yeah. So, oh. So it's going to be Bumble versus Trash Panda next round. And also in that round 3 of the losers bracket for Ants, we're going to see Shin Kicker versus Robomouse. And we're going to see Striker Bite versus Nixon DX. I don't know which one's next. I'm just sort of queuing up the next ones. No, I just said this is the next fight. I was giving like a list of next fights. So while we wait for the next set of fights, I'm going to remind you that we are the Garden State Combat Robotics League. Try to get the letters right. GSCRL for short. And it looks like we have a fight loading into the green arena. I'll see who that is. Who is this? Do we know who this is? Oh, so this is Elmo versus Deathrang. Loading in over here. Deathrang, thank you. So this is a plastic ant fight. It's in the losers bracket, so the loser will go home. Winner fights MC Hermie. Elmo is now loaded in. Deathrang looks like a boomerang, but it's got 2 horizontal spinners at each end. And Elmo is a vertical spinner. I'll wait for this fight to start. Elmo getting some work done. Meanwhile, we've got bots about to load into the red and blue cage, so I'm going to switch to that. And it looks like the Elmo and Deathrang fight has been postponed, so that's going to happen a little bit later. So we now have Mondo versus Mr. Scrubbles. Mondo Bizarro, that is, versus Mr. Scrubbles. It's a losers bracket fight, so the winner will go on to fight Revolver in the losers bracket quarterfinals, and the loser will be eliminated. This is Mondo Bizarro and Mr. Scrubbles. Mr. Scrubbles and Mondo Bizarro. Beetle. Yep, you got it.
So in the blue corner is Mondo Bizarro, hub motor drum. That means the motor is in the drum itself instead of the body of the robot. And then in the red corner is Mr. Scrubbles, which is a beater bar with a nice teal orange color scheme. Looks like its weapon is spinning. Remember, its last fight, it's lost its weapon, so it's good to see that weapon is back. Making sure that these bots are functional in both drive and weapon. Want to make sure that we have the best possible fight. All right, thumbs up all around. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So here we go. Rushing into the corner is Mr. Scrubbles. Bizarro coming to meet them. Mondo Bizarro now in the corner. Mr. Scrubbles pushing Mondo Bizarro further into the corner, but now pushing back into the middle of the arena, and then a good exchange with, I think Mondo Bizarro got the better of that exchange, but then got knocked against the side of the arena. It's spinning its wheels, so it has drive. It's just high-centered. We're going to pause and unstick Mondo Bizarro. Mondo Bizarro's drive looks fine. It just looks like it's caught and just has to get unstuck, and then we can resume. Mondo's weapon a little bit twitchy. All right. So we're ready to start again.
Ready, Blue? Ready, Red?
All right, let's get this fight restarted in 3, 2, 1, fight! We're restarted, both bots going head to head. Mr. Scrubbles is upside down, but its weapon's still spinning hard. I'd imagine that weapon is spinning downwards. Mondo Bizarro almost getting stuck in exactly the same place, but it's able to save itself. That's a little bit of Scrubbles' side that got knocked off, and now Mr. Scrubbles is motionless by the side of the cage, and its wheels are not moving. And there's the count out. Mondo Bizarro looks like it has taken this one by count out.
2, 1, that's a knockout.
So Mondo Bizarro winning that fight by knockout. This was a loser's bracket fight, so unfortunately that is the end of the day for Mr. Scrubbles. Mondo Bizarro moves on by knockout to fight Revolver in the loser's quarterfinal. One of the losers' quarterfinals. Good fight, back and forth. So that means we will have Impact and Crash Fest next. This is a fight I was looking forward to. These are two outstanding drivers, one with a very violent kinetic bot and one with a very stable and durable control bot. Who wins is anybody's guess, and the loser is eliminated, so it's, as the English say, all to play for. Making good progress in our brackets. We're going to see some plastic ant action in our green arena pretty soon. So we're the Garden State Combat Robotics League, or GSCRL for short. We'd like to thank our sponsors. You can see our sponsors written all over our arena. I'll go to the front of the arena and name a few of them. We'd like to thank Just Cause Robotics, Repeat Robotics, IT Gressa. Thank you so much for letting us run this event. They're not our only sponsors. We've got some others, but those are the ones whose logos I see right in front of me. But seriously, we are a volunteer-run nonprofit organization. So sponsors are essential to us. And our volunteers are essential to us also. As are our builders. I mean, it's all essential, really, when it comes down to it. But you see these arenas were volunteer built. And they're actually both really, really well-built arenas, so they can take a lot of abuse. A lot of bots like to self-right by running straight into the arena wall with their weapons spitting full blast, try to flip themselves in the air for a self-right, and the arena needs to be built to handle that, and thankfully our arena is. So in terms of weight classes, we fight beetles, we fight ants, and we fight plastic ants. Some people call them plants. Beetles are 3 pounds, ants are 1 pound, and plastic ants are also 1 pound, but must be built entirely of plastic other than electronics and wheels. This competition is a double elimination in each of the 3 weight classes. So each bot can lose once and still remain in the competition. So a lot of this, especially at this point of the day, becomes a fight of attrition. As bots lose fights, they lose parts, they got to get repaired, they got to get turned around very quickly. So in the room next to us, that's really, I mean, it's cliche that fights are won and lost in the pits, but that's pretty much what happens. It's very, very hard to win fights if you're not adept at the pits and able to repair your bot very quickly. If you want to get started in the sport, plastic ants are a great way to get started because you can 3D print all your components. So it doesn't cost that much compared to others. But 1 pound and 3 pounds are not terribly expensive either. So any of these weight classes would be really good to start in. I'm going to try to figure out who is loading in right now. This is Elmo and Deatharang loading back in. Elmo is a 4-wheel vertical spinner, plastic ant, and Deatharang is I'm going to guess it's either bristle or torque reaction, but it moves with the force of its weapon. So it's got 2 horizontal spinners at each end of the boomerang, and it's going to move forward just based on the speed of those spinners, because the spinners are probably unbalanced. The force of the spinner, the unbalancing of the spinner, moves the bot forward. So these bots are loaded in. This is a plastic ant fight, or plant as we say. This is a loser's bracket fight. Winner fights MC Hermie. Loser goes home. Both bots ready to fight. We're about to start the countdown. And we're starting to fight. So if you're watching this at home, you're not going to see this because we have cameras only in the red and blue cage. So I'm going to tell you what's happening. So both bots are in the center of the arena. It looks like Elmo might be high-centered. It is not moving. Just got a good hit from Deatharang. Elmo still not moving. Elmo taps out. And that is a win by tap out for Deatharang. So Deatharang will advance to fight MC Hermie. Elmo, unfortunately, is done for the day. And perfect timing, we have a beetle fight in the big cage. We have Impact and Crash Fest. And this is going to be a good one, folks. Crash Fest, driven by Robert Rund of Medway, Massachusetts. He He was fighting combat robots a long time ago, and then he stopped, and for about 20 years he was out of the sport. Came back into the sport last year, and after a few tries came up with Crash Fest, and it has been nothing short of awesome. It is an amazing robot. One of the most dominant control bots out there. Facing him is Lars Elliott of Silver Spring, Maryland. And Lars has fought several robots. Despite his age, he is very seasoned and one of the best drivers in the sport. Both of these outstanding drivers. This is going to be a really amazing fight. We're making sure everybody's ready. You will not want to miss this fight, folks. This is a biggie. All right, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So slow start from the both meet in the middle, a big impact. Now, of course, Crash Fest surviving it. It is built like a tank. And Crash Fest's forks so far able to withstand the force of Impact's beater bar. Do we have a timer? We got a timer. So, Crash Fest able to take Impact into the side of the arena, and there's a good pin. Lifts it up with that sand shovel lifter. That sand shovel lifter may not look like much, but it is extremely effective. So now Crash Fest driving around trying for a reset. Lars looking for a good angle to hit Crash Fest on. Much easier to say than do. Robert is a very good driver. His forks will always be pointed towards you. And as long as your weapon will only hit his forks, Robert is just fine with that. And that's what that usually winds up in. You hit his forks, he takes you into the corner, and that's 10 seconds of the match that's gone. More action in the corner, another pin from Crash Fest. Robert with 10 seconds to keep that pin. And Robert releases. 1 minute remaining in this fight. Both Impact and Crash Fest really need this. They have to win to stay in this competition. Impact violently popcorning all over the arena. Lands back on its feet, gets a good hit against Crash Fest's forks. Briefly inverts it, Crash Fest back on its feet. And some more popcorning from Impact. Lands right on top of Crash Fest, who does the Crash Fest thing. Some more hits. Lars only able to hit Robert's forks. If Lars can get a way to hit Robert's wheels, that's what he wants. He wants to figure out a way to hit Robert's side or back. But as long as he can only hit Robert's front, that is advantage Crash Fest. 10 seconds left in this fight. And Crash Fest versus Impact comes to an end. Outstanding fight that will go to the judges. So now the judges will have to decide the winner of that fight. In the meantime, over in the green arena, we have Strike Bite versus Nixon DX. I'm going to keep an eye on that fight. I'm going to take a look at how that fight is going. Strike Point versus Nixon DX. Strike Point's lifter seems to be stuck in the air. Nixon DX, an undercutter. Its weapon is working. Strike Point's teams, you might hear them through my mic. They are communicating with each other, talking to each other, planning strategy and tactics in front of me. Strike Point looks like a vector kit with a lifter. And with that lifter immobilized, they're going to have to try to use their wedge and wedge Nixon DX into the side of the arena. Nixon DX, with its weapon still working, currently is advantage. What a Strike Point's young driver saying, I don't need a weapon. And that's a hit from Nixon DX that sent Nixon DX backwards. Some good pinning from Strike Point. You hear the loud cheering from the Strike Point's team. But suddenly Strike Point, unable to move, they might be stuck in the arena. All right, there's a good hit from Nixon DX that frees Strike Point. Strike Point able to move again. What Strike Point needs to do is they need to keep that front wedge pointed at Nixon DX at all times. As long as they can do that, they have a chance in this fight. We saw the same thing just now with Crash Vest versus Impact. So, Strike Point still trying to figure out a way to gain control, gain the upper hand in this fight. Nixon DX now immobilized in the arena. Nixon DX cannot move. One of Nixon DX needs an unstick. Strike Point able to push Nixon DX around. That's exactly the kind of control they were looking for. Time running out of this fight. We'll see if that last exchange changes the judges' minds at all. And that was a really fun fight between Strike Point and Nixon DX. It will go down to the judges. Meanwhile, in the big cage, we have Shin Kicker versus RoboMouse. Loaded in and about ready to start. Winner will fight the winner of Trash Panda and Bumble. Loser will be eliminated. We're waiting on judges, making sure we have all three of our judges. Once we get all three of our judges, we can get this fight started. So this is a losers bracket fight. Shin Kicker versus RoboMouse. RoboMouse in its last fight defeated Banana Hammock, knocked them out of the event. Shin Kicker, meanwhile, lost to Goose in a surprising turn of events. So hopefully they've worked out all their gremlins. Hey, so we have our third judge. We're about ready to start this fight over here. Once we get confirmation from everyone, we will be ready to go.
Red side, ready?
Making sure the drivers are ready to start. RoboMouse, are you ready?
Judges, ready?
All right, looks like we are ready to start. Let's get this fight going in 3, 2, 1, fight. And Shin Kicker going out into the middle of the cage, meeting RoboMouse there and getting a couple of hits in. It was an undercutter with googly eyes. RoboMouse with 2 forklets. So those forklets are going to have to do the trick against an undercutter. It's a little tricky to go up against an undercutter with forklets, so let's see how this goes. Because the undercutter can very often knock those forklets out of place. More commonly, you'll see a wedge against forklets, against an undercutter. Because that tends to be a better defense against a horizontally spinning weapon. But this is what RoboMouse has, so let's see what they can do. Here a little bit of grinding from Shin Kicker. This has been an issue that's plagued them for a little bit, because every time that weapon grinds against the floor, it loses a little bit of speed. The weapon might be having a little bit of play, a little bit of diagonal movement as it spins, and it contacts the floor as it spins. Nevertheless, it seems to be spun fast enough to hopefully affect this fight. As long as RoboMouse can face those forklets against the weapon, they should be in good shape. Shin Kicker looking for that one good hit. When you're an undercutter, your target is really the wheels of your opponent. So Shin Kicker really wanting to take out RoboMouse's wheels. RoboMouse has not given them that opportunity. And there's a good hit from behind from RoboMouse, upsetting their balance a little bit. RoboMouse now gyrating around. Every time you see RoboMouse vertical like that, that means they have to slow their weapon, and that's advantage Robomouse in that situation. And Shin Kicker now upside down. That means that weapon is now striking from above, which sometimes is not always a bad thing. It does mean they're no longer going to be targeting those wheels. Speaking of, there is a wheel that just went rolling. Robomouse is now down to 3 wheels instead of 4. So Robomouse, down to 3 wheels, still can drive quite well. But that's a good start for Shin Kicker if they can keep on building on that. Unfortunately, they have only 7 seconds to do that, and now they've knocked Shin Kicker into the corner. Shin Kicker in the corner, and that is the match. This one goes to the judges. We get a functionality test. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to get an answer on that other fight that we saw, the strike point fight. Striker bite, I'm sorry. I kept saying strike point. It's striker bite. So we have a judge's decision in that fight. Nixon DX wins against striker bite. Unfortunately, striker bite is out of the competition. Nixon DX advances to fight in floor face and round 4 of the ant weight losers bracket. We're going to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, the judges have ruled in the Impact and Crash Fest fight. That is a win for Crash Fest. So Crash Fest defeating Impact, not a huge surprise there, as they really had the tempo of that whole fight. Crash Fest advances to fight Joe. Lars and Impact eliminated. Lars still has a couple of bots in the other 2 weight classes, so we haven't seen the last of him. So Beetles, there are only 6 spots remaining in Beetles. In the winners side, we have Prince and the Fool. In the losers side, we have Revolver, Mondo Bizarro, Joe, and Crash Fest remaining. It depends on which weight class they pick. So we're going to see who we have next. Kim, do you know who won versus Trash? Did we do Trash Panda versus Bumble yet? Let me ask Matt. Hey, Matt. Matt. Did we run Trash Panda versus Bumble?
I haven't seen it. Oh, wait. Trash Panda?
I remember Trash Panda fighting.
Yeah, Trash Panda, I don't know. Is that plastic or
No, it's ant weight.
Lars beat it. The fully doggo. Trash Panda is.
But no, Trash Panda got knocked to the losers bracket.
Oh no, I haven't seen them.
So that means
Bumble and Trash Panda have not fought. Correct.
Right, because we saw Bumble and Peppermint. Okay, because that's sort of a lagging fight.
I saw them unless they fought in that cage. I
Yeah.
don't know about that cage.
Okay, no, they haven't fought yet. Okay, so we talked about the winners final, and we're going to have it now. It's going to be Prince versus the Fool. Lyndon versus Jillian, teammate versus teammate. That's going to be interesting. Prince versus the Fool. Yeah. What? Oh, yeah. So Lyndon is operating the Fool out of the blue corner. That is the bot with the 2 big forks sticking out. That's a cam lifter. Those forks twist. Jillian is running Prince, which is the big vertical spinner out of the red corner. How are we looking? Everybody ready?
Judges ready? Okay.
All right, we are ready to start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight! And now we start. And right off the bat, we've got some big contact and Prince on its back. Prince avoiding a few hits. Prince needs to avoid those forks. What Prince really wants to do is send the Fool into the rafters if possible. but stability is an issue with a bot with that big a weapon. So, especially because Prince is so low, I'm sorry, the Fool is so low, and Prince's weapon is mounted so high, it has to really get close to the Fool in order to do damage. But that's a way it can do it, knocking the Fool into the corner. That is exactly what Prince wants. So Jillian with a good exchange there, and then knocking the Fool upside down. She's really taking this fight right now. Lyndon is now upside down with Prince, with the Fool, and now Jillian knocking into the back of the Fool. Again, this is exactly what Jillian wants to do. This is some good driving here. And again, knocking the Fool into the air exactly as she wants. Linda's got to figure out an answer here. Gets a hit right in the face, right between the forks. Now there's what Lyndon wants to do, knocking Jillian into the corner. But Prince quickly recovering. Both bots with full drive, full weapon. Prince's little forklets seem to have been knocked a little pointed up so that they have a hard time getting under the Fool, but the Fool is stuck in the corner, and we are pausing for an unstick. 40, can we pause? Can we pause? You did? Oh, thank you. We're paused at 41 seconds. While referee Matt tries to unstick. There we go. That is the Fool's one unstick. If Lyndon gets stuck again, he's going to get counted out. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, resume. So we're resuming here, and once again, Prince taking the Fool right in the corner. That's been the theme this whole event. And that is a tap out from the Fool. The Prince has won the fight, and Jillian and the Prince are in the grand finals of the 3-pound class. So Prince is one fight away from lifting the trophy. Jillian can do no worse than second place. The Fool, meanwhile, drops to the loser's final. They can do no worse than third place. So both of these bots will finish on the podium. Question is, what spot and which order? That was some amazing driving from Jillian. The Fool is a very difficult bot to drive against. All right, we've got what looks like an ant weight fight loading in. This is ipso facto versus Lobot. Ipso facto, Lobot, and ants. This is a winner's semifinal match. So the winner will go to the winner's final. Loser still gets to fight. They just have to drop to the loser's bracket. Whoever wins this will fight the winner of Goose versus Fully Combat. Hey, we're getting ourselves ready. Lobot in the blue corner, ipso facto in the red corner. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Here we go. We have one kinetic weapon in this fight. That is ipso factos. We have a wedge, a very low wedge here. That is Lobot. Now, in theory, that spinner from ipso facto should be able to grab the wedge from Lowboy, but Lowboy has installed 3 forklets to combat that. So in theory, those forklets should get under ipso facto first, which means that spinner will not be able to grab the lip, that bottom lip of the wedge. So much of the sport is geometry. So that's a really good configuration that Lobot has to fight a bot like this. And you can see that ipso facto has not been able to get a good hit on Lowboy exactly because of those little forklets. Ipso facto is not designed with a ground game. It's designed for destruction. So it's just got that little, I'll call it a mini wedge under its weapon. And now the bots get a little silent. Nope, that weapon is right back in business. However, it doesn't really have anything to hit as Lobot takes Ipso facto into the blue wall. Breaks the pin. Ipso facto right back at it. It's got the enthusiasm, but up against those forklets again, not much it can do. Now both bots meeting in the middle. That little wedgelet of ipso facto doing some good work, but then Lowboy able to get under ipso facto, take it right back into the corner. This has been a very control-dominated fight. If ipso facto can get to the sides or the back of Lowbot, that would turn this fight around. But in order to do that, ipso facto has to physically and literally turn Lowbot around, and that is tricky. Lowbot always able to get that wedge and forklets pointed, and now driving ipso facto into the side. Excellent driving from Lowbot. The bots separate. Ipso facto looking for an opening. Lowbot looking for an opening. Less than 10 seconds in this fight as Lowbot gets ipso facto into the wall again. And that is the fight. So this one's going to the judges. Excellent fight. So functionality tests now, as both participants have to show off their weapon and their drive. This was an ant-weight fight, so both of these bots were 1 pound. They're allowed to be made out of almost any material, as opposed to our plastic ant category, where the bots must be made out of plastic, except for electronics and wheels. Yeah.
There's a bubble tea down there. Would you like a green tea? No, I'm good with my water. I got an extra bottle of water back there. It's all good. Thank you.
You need water, by the way. Robert has water.
Oh, okay. That's good.
That's been my water supply the entire day.
Awesome.
So we are the Garden State Combat Robotics League, or GSCRL for short. We hold these events about once a month in various locations all around New Jersey. We fight 3 pound beetles, 1 pound ants, and 1 pound plastic ants. We have a judge's decision for the previous fight of Lowbot versus ipso facto. Your winner is Lowbot. So Lowbot advances to the winner's final. They will fight the winner of Goose versus Fully Combat. Ipso facto, still alive. They're in the loser's bracket now. They're going to fight either Trash Panda, Bumble, or Robo Mouse, depending on the outcome of a couple of fights. All GSCRL events are double elimination, so you can lose once and remain in the competition. The only fight where that's not the case is the final, the grand final, because we only have one of those. So if you go all the way through the loser's bracket and lose in the grand final, you get second place. And we're close. We're starting to get close to revealing those podium finishes. I think we're going to have a fight possibly loading into the green arena soon. Maybe. So our fights are 2.5 minutes. If a fight ends early because a bot is unable to move of its own accord, it's counted out. 10 count. Can't show motion in 10 seconds. It is counted out, and the other bot wins by knockout. If you feel the fight is going really badly and you would rather cut your losses and have shorter repair time, you're allowed to tap out of the fight. If the fight goes the full 2.5 minutes, it gets decided by a panel of 3 judges, judging on the categories of control, damage, and aggression. We're going to take a short break. I'll be back with you when we get the next fights loaded in. So we do have a fight loading into the green arena. That is Block of Cheese versus Bottom Feeder. This is a plastic ant fight. If you're watching at home, you're not going to be able to see it, but I will at least give you a play-by-play. So at least you'll know what's going on. This is a winner's bracket fight. So the winner goes to the winner's finals of the plastic ants, not the grand final, the winner's final. The loser will drop to the loser's bracket. So we have Bottom Feeder versus Block of Cheese. Both of these are horizontal spinners. Both bots ready to fight. And we're going to have a fight loading into the big cage. I will switch to that momentarily. I'll stick with this as long as I can. So Bottom Feeder and Block of Cheese, both plastic hands hitting each other. The bit of weapon, I think a weapon got locked off. That's Bottom Feeder's weapon, I think, that just got split in half. Remember, these bots are made almost entirely out of plastic, including the weapon. So sometimes the weapon gets messed up. So Bottom Feeder is a Thagomizer style bot. That means it's got a big wedge in the front, its weapon is in the back, and it wants to spin to hit its opponent. Hard to do with half a weapon though, so let's see if it can become a control bot. Meanwhile, Block of Cheese a little more like a traditional horizontal spinner, except it's got a little, the weapon is a little more, got a little more substance to it. It's not long, but it's very thick. Now, Block of Cheese has Bottom Feeder in the corner. Bottom Feeder looking to control this match with that big wedge. Still spinning around out of habit, but that weapon isn't going to do much. It was split in half in an early exchange. Block of Cheese still spinning around. Still weapon still working. Trying to do some damage. So far it's only been, oh no! Top plate of Block of Cheese gets knocked off. Falls off. That is an exposed battery, and Bottom Feeder wins the fight. So now we're going to the big cage, where we're going to have Mondo Bizarro versus Revolver. This is going to be a good fight. Mondo Bizarro and Revolver. This is the losers. This is one of the two losers quarterfinals we have. So the winner will fight either Joe or Crash Fest. The loser is eliminated. We're getting pretty late in the competition though. So if you've made it this far, you got a good bot. Mondo Bizarro, in its last fight, defeated Mr. Scrubbles. Revolver, in its last fight, lost to Prince. So here we go. Mondo Bizarro in the blue corner. Revolver in the red corner.
Red side, ready?
Both builders are ready. Judges are ready. And production is ready. We are ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight. It's going to be a loud fight with a lot of energy exchange, just like that. Revolver getting punted to the side of the arena. That is a huge hit. Revolver's weapon still working, still attached. Revolver with a good self-right, but did its weapon survive the self-right? Mondo Bizarro spinning it around and around, and there goes part of the wedge. Part of the wedge is gone off of Revolver. Mondo Bizarro stuck on the side. Does not look like an exposed, doesn't look like anything is exposed on Revolver, so this fight can continue. Mondo Bizarro might be stuck on the side. We're asking Mondo to show motion. It's able to slightly gyro its way off.
Should Mondo get
Mondo has asked for an unstick. We are pausing. Referee Matt getting the broom of doom. Hoping to unstick Mondo Bizarro in a very eventful fight so far. Revolver is down a wedgelet, down a piece of wedge. Weapon is iffy on Revolver. We don't know if it's working, but let's see if we're ready to start the fight. All right, let's resume in 3, 2, 1, resume. So very quiet in the arena. Is Mondo's weapon working? We might have a control fight between two formerly kinetic bots. So here comes Mondo looking for a good push. Both of these bots are two-wheel, so they don't get as much traction as a four-wheel. Let's see which one wins in a pushing contest. Revolver able to get behind Mondo, knocking its old piece of wedge out of the way. Now resetting, there's a little bit of dragging on the floor. That might be Mondo's drum trying to spin back up. Now they're both against the side of the wall, spinning around, trying to get a good angle on each other. Remember, Mondo's already used its unstick, so if it gets stuck again, it's just going to get counted out. Neither bot's weapon seems to be awake right now. Both bots spinning around. Revolver taking Mondo into the corner. Mondo taking Revolver into the corner. Back and forth like a lot of control fights. Pin is released. And now resetting, both bots looking for an angle. Mondo trying to push Revolver into the side. Revolver not having it. Revolver looking to return the favor. Both bots in the middle looking for some sort of advantage. Mondo upending Revolver. There's a good way of doing it. And time running out in this fight. Time has expired. It's going to the judges. So our panel of 3 judges is going to decide the winner. We're going to do a functionality test, see who's got weapon, who's got drive. That's going to matter to the judges. Oh, and so...
Revolver, do a weapon. Mondo, do drive.
Meanwhile, in the green cage, we have Trash Panda and Bumble loading into the green cage. I'm going to take a look at that while we wait on the result of Mondo and Revolver. I will update you as soon as I have something. So in the green cage, I'm walking over to the green cage now. We've got Trash Panda and we got Bumble. This is also a 1-pound fight. Trash Panda with a vertical spinner, Bumble with a horizontal spinner. Bumble's spinner is it moving? Yeah, both spinners are going. Both spinners are happy and healthy. You love to see that. Now a big hit. Trash Panda knocks Bumble into the air. Bumble with that stinger out the back, but its main weapon is that horizontal spinner up front. Bumble doesn't seem to be moving right now. Trash Panda knocking Bumble into the center of the arena. Bumble has one working wheel going in circles right now. Trash Panda trying to line up a hit. Bumble's weapon's still going, so it's able to get a little bit of motion that way. Let's see if Bumble gets counted out. Right now they're showing just enough movement to survive. Trash Panda, weapon still working, drive still working, trying to get a good hit. Actually, Trash Panda's weapon is not working. Trash Panda's weapon is down. Bumble's weapon is working, but one drive side is down. So both of these animals, one bee and one raccoon, not happy. So here's Trash Panda taking Bumble into the side of the arena. Last 45 seconds of the fight, it's turning into a control fight. Bumble needs to figure out a way to get that weapon connecting with Trash Panda. And now a count out. Trash Panda interacting with Bumble, that stops the count out. So while that fight is finishing up, I'm going to go over to Joe versus Crash Fest. They're loading in over here. This is a late losers semifinal. We have a judge's decision for the previous fight. Mondo Bizarro defeats Revolver by judge's decision. Mondo will fight the winner of this next fight with Joe versus Crash Fest. Revolver, unfortunately, is out, but a good day for Revolver, making it all the way to the losers quarterfinals. Meanwhile, that antweight fight between Bumble and Trash Panda has just finished. It has gone to the judges. I'll update you as soon as I have an answer. The winner fights Robo Mouse. Loser is eliminated. Waiting for cage doors to close here. Cage doors are closing. Crash Fest showing its excellent mobility. This is going to be a control bot fight. Control versus control. Both these bots have lifters as weapons, and both have very good drives. Very nimble bots. Not a destructive fight. We're ready to go, and we're going to start counting down in 3, 2, 1, fight! Crash Fest getting stuck on a little bit of the arena. That gives Joe a chance to go to Crash Fest's side, get under their forks a little bit, and start pushing them around. But now Crash Fest returning the favor, pushing Joe into the side of the arena. Crash Fest finding a little, Joe finding a little traction. Now the bots must release. We're going to reset. First exchange went 50-50, but Crash Fest getting Joe into the side, almost flipping Joe over, but Joe able to recover nicely. Flipper versus Flipper. Crash Fest once again getting under Joe, and that Flipper going to work. Crash Fest's lifter not quite able to flip Joe over, but having a lot of tries. Joe's spending a lot of time in the air right now. Not ideal for Joe, but now Joe has Crash Fest where he wants him, underneath his forks. Now Joe's forks are not where he wants them, under the arena. He's able to get out though, and now stuck back again. Tricky when you've got such low forks, it's very easy to get stuck in the arena. Both bots engaged in the middle, both looking for good lifts. Both these bots want to get the other one off the floor and out of control of the fight. And there's Crash Fest once again getting Joe off the floor, out of the fight. That's what you want as a control bot. You want to take your opponent out of the fight. Crash Fest now in slightly defensive mode, hoping to avoid exactly what is happening here. A good lift from Joe. Now Joe has Crash Fest off the ground. That's exactly what Joe wants to do. Joe getting under Crash Fest again, but Crash Fest driving away. Crash Fest trying to get under Joe, but can't get under Joe's forks. Joe's forks getting slightly under Crash Fest. Back and forth here. Can Joe's lifter be a factor over here? Crash Fest getting in on the side under Joe. There's a good pin. Pinning Joe against the side of the arena. He can do that for 10 seconds, then he must release. And when he releases, he uses his flipper for good measure. A few extra seconds of a loss of control for Joe. Always a good thing for a builder. Time running out. Less than 10 seconds left in a really gripping control fight where both bots waving at each other, waving goodbye. And that is the fight. Excellent fight from these two. We will hear from the judges who won. In the meantime, in the green arena, it looks like we have an antweight fight going on. We have Goose versus Fully Combat in the green arena. This is a late antweight fight. Goose with a lifting mechanism versus Fully... Oh, oops, a lifter. Thank you. Versus Fully Dogga. Thank you. So this would be a plastic fight. So oops, a lifter getting stuck into the side of the arena. Fully Dogga plant from Lars Elliott. Fully Dogga taking oops, a lifter into the side of the arena. Oops Lifter trying to get underneath Fully Daga. Fully Daga getting Oops Lifter into the other side of the arena. About a minute left in this fight. Fully Daga now getting bits of Oops Lifter all over the arena. Remember, these bots are almost completely made out of plastic. Fully Daga's weapon spun down, but still, because of its body size, able to hang with any control bot it wants. Oops Lifter is upside down now against the side of the arena. Can't really self-right with his lifter, but it can self-right by running into the side of the arena. But Fully Daga knocks it right back upside down. Plants it into the side of the arena, 30 seconds remaining. Fully Daga with a good amount of control in this fight, and Fully Daga's weapon is back and spinning, though it's stopped now. Back and spinning again, spinning well. There's only been one really destructive exchange with that weapon, but Fully Daga has had a lot of control over Oops Lifter. 5 seconds left in this fight. And that is the fight. So Fully Daga acting as control bot. That design that it has lets it work as either a control bot or a kinetic bot, depending on how the fight is going. So that fight is in the loser's bracket. The winner of the fight, who the judges will decide, is going to fight mid-thin. The loser of the fight is going to be eliminated. Meanwhile, that fight of Joe versus Crash Fest, we have a winner. The winner of that fight by judges' decision is Crash Fest. So Crash Fest advances to the loser's semifinal to fight Mondo Bizarro. Unfortunately, Joe is done for the day, but an excellent day for Joe, making it all the way to the loser's quarterfinals. So now in the Beatles, here's who we have left. The only bot left in the winner's side is Prince, and the loser's side we have 3 bots remaining, Mondo Bizarro versus Crash Fest, and the winner will fight the Fool. The winner of that fight will fight Prince for the trophy, the first place trophy of our Beatles division. So now we're going to have Goose versus Fully Combat. This will be an ant-weight fight. Goose is loading into the red corner. Fully Combat loading into the blue corner. Fully Combat, vertical spinner, shaped just like Fully Daga with that big, wide setup. Very good for controlling, corralling the other bot. Goose is a vertical spinner. 4 wheels, even though it looks like it might be 2 wheels, it's actually 4 wheels, so it's got some extra grip. So this might just be a destructive match if both of these weapons can get impact on each other. No pun intended.
Okay, red side, ready?
Okay, making sure that the 2 drivers are ready to go. Our side is ready to go. We are ready to start this fight in 3, 2, 1, fight! And here we go. Both bots approaching in the middle. Fully Daga flipping over. Fully Combat flipping over Goose. Goose is now on its head. Bits of Goose flying everywhere. That is a... And I think we have an exposed battery. All right, Goose is dead, says the builder, and that means Fully Combat is moving on. So a quick fight over there. Fully Combat winning by tap out. So Fully Combat will fight Lobot. This was a winner's bracket fight, so we have not seen the last of Goose. So while Fully Combat fights Lobot in the winner's final, not the grand final, the winner's final, Goose will go to the loser's bracket and fight the winner of Nixan DX versus In-Floor Face. So there are 6 spots remaining in the ants. On the winner's side, we have Fully Combat and Lobot fighting each other for a spot in the grand final. For either of those bots, they've each guaranteed no worse than fourth place. For the losers bracket, we have Trash Panda versus RoboMouse, with the winner fighting ipso facto, and we have Nixan DX versus In-Floor Face, with the winner fighting Goose. Meanwhile, we have a plant fight loading into the other cage. It looks like the Captain versus Crash Panda. This is going to be a good fight in the green arena. For those of you at home, I'm going to narrate it for you. Crash Panda, a vertical spinner with a very Terminator-like shape. The Captain, a very well-performing, very well-known plastic ant from Ant. And that's also a vertical spinner. So it's Vert versus Vert. Both bots made of plastic, but they can blow each other up real nicely if they get the right hit. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And here we go. Both bots approaching each other tentatively. Crash Panda looking for an opening. The Captain looking for an opening. Both bots showing their rears, then turning around, trying to deke each other into a mistake. Both bots have some sort of wedge/fork underneath their weapons to try to get under their opponent, keep their opponent from grabbing the very bottom of their frame. So geometry is absolutely a factor in this fight. The Captain with some incidental contact to the side of Crash Panda, no damage done. Crash Panda riding a little bit on the Captain's wedge, no serious damage, no bots sent flying just yet. There goes Crash Panda's wedge, fully defined, takes it off. That's going to make a difference because now the Captain has the ground game over Crash Panda. Crash Panda is going to be able to do that. I'm going to jump away from that fight. We're going to go over to an ant-weight fight. So we have an ant-weight fight. This is Nixan DX in the red corner versus In-Floor Face in the blue corner. I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! 2.5 minutes on the clock. Both bots tentatively approaching each other. First big exchange. Both of these bots are horizontal spinners, so we could see these bots going flying if they get the right kind of exchange. In-Floor Face getting Nixan DX a little bit up in the air, but Nixan DX very quickly recovering. Both bots still with relatively good functionality. Nixan DX may have lost its left side drive, though. This might be something where In-Floor Face can capitalize, and now the weapon on Nixan DX is down. Can Nixan DX recover? It still seems to have right side drive. Will that be enough? In-Floor Face trying to do some percussive maintenance, hoping maybe a large shock will get that left side drive working again. Nixan DX's weapon is happy. It's able to hit just like that. Now it looks like In-Floor Face's left side drive has locked up as well, so neither of these bots have full drive. They both have one side failing, so they're going to have to crab walk their way across the arena into each other. This is a good weapon-to-weapon hit. Some nice sparks around the arena. Can they line each other up again for another hit? Just over a minute remaining in this fight.
60 seconds.
A little bit of damage being done for each of these bots, but their weapons are both still very, very potent. Unfortunately, their mobility is pretty compromised at this point. So let's see what can happen here. This is a loser's bracket fight, so the winner will fight Goose. The loser will be eliminated. So there's a lot on this line, on the line. 30 seconds remaining in this fight. Now, a little bit more mobility, it seems, for Nixan DX. They can crab walk a little better. So they're getting some good hits against In-Floor Face. But now they're against the side of the arena. That's a tricky spot to be in. But time running out. Will that last set of exchanges be the difference in the eyes of the judges? We will see. It is now in the hands of the judges. So both of these spots are going to show post-fight functionality. In the meantime, I had to walk away from that plastic ant fight. I will give you an update. Crash Panda actually came back to knock out the captain. It had looked like the captain briefly had the upper hand, but Crash Panda able to win that and get a date with Bottom Feeder in the winners finals of the plastic ant. That means the captain drops down to the losers bracket. There are now 6 spots remaining in the plastic ant weight class. Bottom Feeder and Crash Panda in the winners bracket. And in the losers bracket, we have Fully Dogga and Mint Thin, with the winner going to Block of Cheese. And we have MC Hermie and Deatharang, with the winner going to the captain. All of these very, very good bots. I'm going to keep an eye on that last fight that we saw. See if I can get a winner. Yeah, this one went to the judges. Oh, okay. Okay.
Because he tapped. He's tapped because the battery thing is supposed to actually slam the battery. I heard you announce it, and that was not the right announcement.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The man instantly tapped because he saw his battery get slammed.
Meanwhile, we have MC Hermie and Deatharang starting up in the green arena. I'm going to keep an eye on that one until we get a fight in the red and blue arena. Deatharang is one of these bots that gets its motion from its weapon. MC Hermie is a vertical spinner with a big wedge on its back. So it's going to try to lead with its wedge, but I just saw a piece of robot go flying. Now MC Hermie trying to lead with its weapon, but a piece of its weapon just went flying. So a lot of destruction being dished out by Deatharang, but Deatharang has now gone vertical, which means it ping-pongs all around the arena. That's tricky for a horizontal spinner because it takes a while to get control again. But MC Hermie trying to get control of this fight again. Because it's lost a bit of its weapon is now unbalanced. It is bouncing around the arena. So Deatharang is still intact, so it's still offering some pretty big hits against MC Hermie. MC Hermie has a nice wedge that is taking care of a lot of these hits, but a bit of its weapon seems to be compromised. In fact, its weapon seems to be down now. Deatharang, seemingly having suffered no damage, trying to go in for the kill. MC Hermie, I believe its right drive is now down, so it only has left drive. It is crab walking. It also has no weapon. And there goes its entire front weapon assembly of MC Hermie. There's a battery exposed. We have to stop the fight. So Deatharang winning that fight by knockout. Deatharang knocking out MC Hermie. That means Deatharang will fight the captain. This was a loser's bracket fight, so that means MC Hermie is eliminated, and the captain goes on to fight Deatharang. Very destructive fight as Deatharang knocked out MC Hermie's entire front weapon assembly and exposed its battery. And under GSCRL rules, like a lot of combat robotics leagues, once that battery is visible, it's knockout. So we are GSCRL. We are the Garden State Combat Robotics League. We run events all over New Jersey, and we're running events about once a month in the year of 2024. So consider this a preview of what's going to happen every 30 days or so. So we got a little bit of a pause in between while we wait for the next fight. We're going to take a little bit of a break while we wait for the next fight. I will be back with you shortly.
Yeah, I think this is right.
All right, we have a fight loading into the main cage, and it's a biggie. This is a beetle fight. This is Mondo Bizarro versus Crash Fest. This is the losers semifinal. So we're at the point where whoever loses this will finish fourth, which is not bad at all. Any bots remaining at this point have gone really far in the bracket. But if you win this fight, you wind up in the losers final and fight the Fool. Win that fight and you're in the grand final with a chance at first place. So there are only 3 fights remaining in the Beatles, including this one. Win 3 fights, you're in. So Crash Fest is the bot in the blue corner. A very good sand shuffle lifter that tends to suffocate its opponents, versus the veteran bot Mondo Bizarro, hub motor drum. All right, some twitch tests, making sure drive and weapon are working.
Oh, is Matt? Oh, you're the.
Okay. All right, it looks like everybody's ready. Mondo's ready. All right, let's count this down. Fight starts in 3, 2, 1, fight! And Mondo fully spun up. And what's going to happen is Robert is going to want to keep Crash Fest's fork pointed at that weapon. As long as all Mondo hits are those forks, it'll be advantage Crash Fest. But if Mondo Bizarro can hit anything but those forks, then it's a different story. Mondo will have the advantage then. So we already saw one pin from Crash Fest. Here comes another pin from Crash Fest. And that is a 10-second pin. So Robert has 10 seconds. Remember, the fight is 2.5 minutes. And Robert finishing that pin with a sand shovel and knocking Mondo Bizarro on the side. Mondo, do you need an unstick?
Now,
Mondo saying they don't need the unstick, so this might be a count out. All right. Show motion. All right, let's. There. So we are unsticking. This is a match pause. 82 seconds left in the fight. Madeline now has the broom of doom. She is going to do the unstick. Always an art to brooming a bot out the corner. Some deft broom work. Big hand for Madeline. Woo! Thank the safety broom, she says. 2, 1, resume. So looks like Mondo's weapon is down. So it's going to be a pure control fight now. That sand shovel doing its thing. As Crash Fest with another big pin. And there's Mondo up against the side of the arena. They have used their unstick. They get no more unstick. Brandon saying suplex me. Crash Fest. Oh! Crash Fest with the suplex. I didn't think Crash Fest could do that. There's some big throwing around right now as Crash Fest tossing Mondo Bizarro around. Mondo stuck against the side. Will this be it? Will Robert free up? Robert saying stop getting stuck. Out doing the thing! This is what we call doing the thing. Robert continuing to tilt Mondo Bizarro onto more and more creative ways. And that is the fight. Time is up. So this one will go to the judges. So this was the loser's semifinal. The winner will go to the loser's final. The loser will finish 4th. I will update you as soon as I have a decision. So jumping over to the ants, in the winner's bracket, there's only 2 bots remaining. There is Fully Combat and Lobot. And whoever wins that one goes to the grand final. In the loser's bracket, we have Trash Panda versus Robomouse, with the winner fighting ipso facto, and the winner of that fighting in floor face. So that's what it looks like from the ant side. From the plant side, the plastic ant side, we have in the winner's side, Bottom Feeder versus Crash Panda. That fight will happen soon. And in the loser's bracket, we have Fully Dogga versus Mint Thin, with the winner facing Block of Cheese. In the loser's bracket, we have the Captain versus Deatharang. And we have a judge's decision. I have to say, not much of a surprise. Crash Fest takes that judge's decision. So that means Brandon Nichols and Mondo Bizarro finish a very respectable 4th. Out of a field of 14 bots, that's pretty good. Good day for Mondo Bizarro. So it'll be Crash Fest versus the Fool, which is a rematch of one of the early fights from the day. Both Crash Fest and the Fool, their very first fight was against each other, with the Fool taking a judge's decision. So Crash Fest has an opportunity for revenge. The winner of that fight will head to the grand finals to fight Prince. And the loser of that fight will finish 3rd in the Beatles. So we are heading very quickly to the end of the Beatles. Robert just needs to do some repair work on Crash Fest. Robert is incredibly fast in the pits, so that will likely be a quick turnaround. Incidentally, on Thursday, you may have seen Crash Fest getting burned up by Dutch oven. Amazingly, the bot you're seeing now, its internals are the same internals as from that fight. They all survived that torching. It's just the chassis that needed replacement. So when I say Crash Fest has been through the inferno, that is literal. So let's see how many fights we have left. We have 2 fights to go in the beetles. In the ants, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights left to go with ants. And with plants, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fights to go with plants. So that's 7, 6, and 2, 15. 15 fights left to go today, not including grudges and rumbles. The pace of the fights is going to be a little bit slower. That's just the nature of the sport because we have so many of these bots still in the tournament. We need time to repair them. Looks like we're getting possibly a grudge loading into the green arena. So we're going to have a grudge loading into the green arena. Grudges don't count for the tournament. They're just exhibition fights. But it's always good to get experience and to get a sense of how your robot's doing past the tournament. If you round up with an early tournament exit, a lot of times the grudge is a nice opportunity to get a little extra stick time, some time behind the wheel of your bot and get an idea of how it works. The best drivers have the most experience. Yep. Sure, 1 second. I'm going to take a little break.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm having a good time.
Okay, we've got a plastic ant fight starting up in the green arena. This is Fully Daga versus Mint Thin. This is a loser's bracket fight. So the winner is going to fight Block of Cheese in the loser's quarterfinals. The loser will be eliminated. Fully Daga is the black bot with the vertical spinner. Mint Thin is the green bot with the horizontal spinner. This will be a 2.5 minute fight like all our other fights. Just making sure we have 3 judges. We've got 3 judges, right? Oh, in the meantime, while that fight's setting up, we also have a beetle fight. We have Crash Fest versus The Fool. This is our losers final. The winner of the fight is going to go on to the grand final and a chance to win first place. The loser will finish in 3rd place. Are we doing this?
First, because they loaded first.
Okay. And, okay, but we're not doing them at the same time.
No, because we only have 5 judges.
Copy. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to do the green cage first, and we're going to do the big cage second. So this is Fully Daga versus Mint Thin. Winner moves on, loser is eliminated. This is a big fight here. All right. Who's reffing?
Yeah, sure. You all ready, judges? You ready? Sides, yeah?
All right, looks like everybody's ready. Want to count down? Let's count this down in 3, 2, 1, fight! Here comes Fully Daga. It is the vertical spinner. It is the black bot versus Mint Thin, which is a horizontal spinner. Not a lot of spinning yet. There's some spinning. This is a plastic ant fight. Both of these bots are made almost completely out of plastic, 3D printed. And they have to weigh a maximum of 1 pound. This is actually a really good weight class. If you want to get started in combat robotics, these bots are not so difficult to put together compared to others. There's a good spin up from Mint Thin, and there goes Mint Thin's weapon. So Mint Thin loses its weapon. It's now strewn around the arena. Fully Daga now acting full control bot. Mint Thin is just this Andes chocolate square driving around the arena. Mint Thin getting taken into the side of the arena by Fully Daga. At this point, Fully Daga doesn't need to spin their weapon. They can just take control of this match because of the size difference. Remember, these bots weigh about the same, except that Mint Thin lost a little bit of weight when it lost its weapon. But now Fully Daga is stuck on the seam. It's going to need an unstick, so both of these bots are going to need to pause. Thin Mint, you need to pause. So when the cage is open, it's very important that none of the bots move, because safety is important at an event like this, even with plastic ants. So here comes the safety broom. Broom of Doom. They're safety broom of doom. I like them both. A broom of life. That's not bad. I like that one too. All right.
Ready?
So the drivers are ready. We're going to restart this fight.
3, 2, 1, fight!
I have no idea what clock to turn on.
Sure, yeah.
45 seconds!
So, same as we left off, Fully Daga pushing Mint Thin around, pushing Mint Thin into the corner. Mint Thin still has really good mobility, but so much of that weight went to that weapon, and now that that weapon's gone, it's a really small block. So back into the corner, both bots go. Fully Daga, again taking it into the corner, and the last 10 seconds of this fight. And the match is over.
Come to the corner, go to the door, I don't really care. You just can't stay here.
So now the judges are going to judge this fight. And once they're done judging that fight, we're going to start this next fight between Crash Fest and the Fool. That's going to be a really fun fight. I will give you a decision for Fully Daga versus Mint Thin as soon as I can. The winner's going to fight Block of Cheese. The loser is eliminated. All right, so we are getting ourselves ready for this fight over here. Crash Fest in the blue corner, the Fool in the red corner. Is everybody ready? All right, ready over here? All right, let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! And a big box rush from the Fool, and right away they get Crash Fest right on their forks. You notice those forks are cam lifters. Those forks actually twist, and they can get their opponent off the floor. It is a recent weapon type and very hard to counter. So it's a hard weapon to get right, but if you can get it right, you can win a lot of fights. Crash Fest now starting to get a bit of the upper hand, pitting the Fool into the side, starting to even this fight out. Now each of these bots have had close to a 10-second unstick apart. Let's see what else can happen. The Fool is upside down, so its squares are not, its forks are not flat against the ground. In fact, one fork is now embedded inside Crash Fest with this might need, this might need an unstick. We're pausing for an unstick. The Fool impaling Crash Fest. Now, Crash Fest is a really tough robot. I don't anticipate this has done much damage. Crash Fest is inverted. That paddle is a little askew. Let's resume this in 3, 2, 1, resume. So let's see what happens with Crash Fest's lifter. It seems a little bit askew, but that might only be cosmetic damage. Crash Fest able to drive off the cam lifters, and back into the corner they go. We might have another spear incident. Another big pin. Then, okay, both bots can release. And now Crash Fest taking the Fool into the corner. The Fool trying to get back around to Crash Fest, and does. There's a good lift from the Fool with its cam. With those cam lifters. Very tough weapon to fight against, because if you can't touch the floor, if your wheels aren't connecting with the floor, there's really nothing you can do. Good pin from Crash Fest. Now Crash Fest getting the Fool back on its fork. So this fight's just going to be back and forth and back and forth. Two really tough control bots. Very, very good to very well designed. Another good pin from Crash Fest, taking the Fool into the wall. And another full count. Oh, but now a little bit of a reversal, and that leaves the Fool doing the thing against the side of the wall. Can the Fool get Crash Fest? That's some disrespect there with a little bit of waving. Time running out of this match, so this won't be a knockout. The match is over. Well, while we do the functionality checks and the judges make their decisions, let me give you an update. As expected, that the judge's decision from the previous fight between Fully Daga and Mint Thin went to Fully Daga. So Fully Daga will advance to fight Block of Cheese. Mint Thin is eliminated.
That was great. That was so good. Sure. What fight is that?
Okay, so we've got Trash Panda and Robo Mouse. This is going to be a loser's bracket fight. The winner fights ipso facto. The loser is eliminated. Sorry. Do we have a ref for this match? Awesome. Okay. So send it whenever you're ready. Okay, we start in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Trash Panda is a vertical spinner. Robo Mouse has 2 forklets. This is a good configuration for Robo Mouse. Robo Mouse looking for an opening. Trash Panda has to figure out a way past those forks. Both bots spinning around. If you're watching at home, we do not have a camera on this cage. Consider me a radio announcer. So both bots locked up against each other. Now Robo Mouse has a good carry on Trash Panda, dragging around the arena. And again, now Robo Mouse pinning Trash Panda in the corner. They have 10 seconds to hold that pin, and then they can release it. Now they must release. Trash Panda looking for an opening. Trash Panda charges, and Robo Mouse ducks out of the way. Robo Mouse spinning around and now taking Trash Panda into the corner. Robo Mouse looking for another good pin. About 1.5 minutes left in this fight, a little over that. Another pin from Robo Mouse. Trash Panda inverted on top of Robo Mouse by the side of the arena. Now Robo Mouse releases. Trash Panda driving around there inverted. So now, but they do hit Robo Mouse, and I think a hub of a wheel. No, that was a gear. I think that was the gear on the right side drive for Robo Mouse, and you can see that its right side drive is now impaired. So it's only its left wheel is working, left drive. Nevertheless, it's still able to push a little bit, but it's now crab walking, and now Trash Panda has a little more flexibility. They have a little more room. They might be able to get to the sides or the back, which is what a spinner or any bot really is always trying to do. There's another good hit from Trash Panda against Robo Mouse. No obvious damage, but did disrupt Robo Mouse a little bit. Trash Panda only able to drive in semicircles. This match has really changed. 30 seconds remaining in the fight. Trash Panda trying to line up a good hit. Stuck a little bit on Robo Mouse's forks. Robo Mouse able to drive Trash Panda around a little in the circles that it's going. Here comes Trash Panda again, looking for another opening. Trash Panda again stuck on Robo Mouse's forks. Robo Mouse, despite only having one drive side, has a good shot at this match. 5 seconds remaining. Another good pin from Robo Mouse, and the match is over. A really, really good fight here. So while the judges decide on that one, let's take a look at the winner of that. Nope, we don't have a judge's decision for that last fight. All right, so we got Fully Combat versus Rabot, I think. Lobot, yes. Okay, is everyone ready? Everyone's ready. So let's go ahead and fight in 3, 2, 1. Fight! Lobot is the wedge that's coming out of the blue corner. Fully Combat is the spinner, the black and white vertical spinner that came out of the red corner. So good hit from Fully Combat. That's a tricky geometry that both bots have to contend with. Great hit on the back of Lobot by Fully Combat. Lars is a really good driver. He's really good at finding those openings, and he's finding some more openings with sorry. I'm totally fatoots on the name now. Nevertheless, some good exchanges going on over here. Fully Combat versus Lobot. This is the winner's final, so the winner will go into the grand final. The loser will have another chance in the loser's final. So some big stakes in this fight. If you win this fight, you will do no worse than second place. 90 seconds remaining in this fight. Lobot now driving Fully Combat around. Some good driving over here, but I think Lobot's right front wheel is locked up, and that is affecting its driving. Fully Combat trying to get around to the side, but all it's getting is wedge right now, and that looks like a pin. Sometimes it's tough to tell exactly who's doing the pin if they're just locked against each other, but Fully Combat seems to have Lobot on the side. Lobot almost getting stuck at the side of the arena, but is able to extract itself. Now Fully Combat trying to get some purchase on Lobot's wedge, but it looks like Fully Combat's weapon is down. Very quiet in the arena right now. This is fully a control bot fight, but some damage points are going to go to Lobot here. So this is going to be an interesting result over here. Lars is going to have to take over this fight in terms of control in order to take it. If he can take Lobot into the side of the arena, he's got a shot, but Lobot might be ahead on points here if I'm speculating. So here comes Lobot trying to do more. Lobot's right side is still jammed up, so that's making an issue to drive. And that is points for Lars also, and that's a good pin. Almost a good pin, but Lobot was able to extract itself. This is going to be a very tough fight to judge. Fully Combat taking Lobot into the side. That's an excellent pin. And that's the last impression as we go to the judges. A very good fight. So we have a result. The Fool versus Crash Fest. The winner of that fight and proceeding to the final is Crash Fest. So the Fool will finish third. Your Beetle final will be Prince versus Crash Fest. That's going to be one to look forward to. In the meantime, we have some plants loaded into the arena. We've got the Captain versus Deathrang in the green arena. This is going to be an excellent fight. Once we get a couple of judges, we'll be able to start over here in the green arena. They're currently judging the previous fight, then they can move into the other arena. So this fight is a loser's bracket fight between the Captain and Deathrang. The winner goes to the loser semifinal and is guaranteed no worse than fourth in the Plastic Ant division. The loser is eliminated. So our judges have finished judging the previous fight and they're moving over to this fight now. Deathrang, a bot with no wheels. As they say, no wheels, no mercy. The Captain looking for another bot to captain, I guess. It's late. I'm running out of words. So once we get our judges, we can get this fight going. We got our judges. Do we have our ref? All right, we got our judges. We got our ref.
Oh. So
Okay, who's judging?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
We got 3 judges now.
okay. All right, we have our 3 judges.
Okay, so we got some judges. Excellent. Deathrang is on the right. Ready.
So Deathrang has 2 horizontal spinners, has no wheels. It uses the spinners to move. The inertia from the spinners moves the bot around. The Captain is a vertical spinner. Both of these bots made almost entirely out of plastic. So the captain currently driving circles around Deatharang, but hits the side of the arena. Deatharang trying to go in for a hit, but winds up in the corner. It's tough for a bot like that to go in reverse. The captain stops working. Is the captain dead? Deatharang going in for some hits. What happened with the captain? The captain, our captain, Adam puts his controller on top of the arena. I think that is it. Deatharang wins by knockout. So Deatharang with the win over here. That's going to put it in the losers semifinals. That means Deatharang can finish no worse than 4th. They will fight the winner of Block of Cheese versus Fully Daga. Meanwhile, the judge's decision of Fully Combat versus Lobot is in. The winner of that fight, and moving to the grand finals of our Antweight division, is Fully Combat. So Fully Combat has clinched 2nd place in Antweight and has a shot at 1st place. In the meantime, Lobot moves to the losers final. They clinch no worse than 3rd place. They will fight either ipso facto, Trash Panda, or In-Floor Face in the losers final. So the picture getting clearer and clearer with each fight. So in case you're just joining us, we're the Garden State Combat Robotics League, or GSCRL for short. We run fights like this every month, or at least we will be in 2024. Our next event will be MLK weekend. So just a month away. We fight in the beetle weight, 3 pound, ant weight, 1 pound, and 1 pound ant, 1 pound plastic ant weight classes. If you've never built a robot before, this is a great place to start. I think I see a final loading into the big box. Prince versus Crash Fest for all the beetle marbles. This will be our single grand finals event, our single grand finals fight. Whoever wins this takes 1st place. Whoever loses takes 2nd place. Just to make it clear, even though this is double elimination, we only fight once. Crash Fest is finishing up a wild run of 3 events in 8 days, and one of those events being a 3-day event. So Robert deserves a little bit of sleep after this. Crash Fest coming out of the blue corner. Prince coming out of the red corner. Remember, this is for the win. This is for 1st place. Everybody excited? Woo! All right, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Here they come, and Crash Fest getting some good purchase up against Prince. Now trying to get underneath Prince and does so. Prince hitting the floor a couple of times, but her weapon still up. Prince riding up on Crash Fest's forks. Crash Fest able to take Prince into the corner. Crash Fest with that patented, just smothering driving style. The Prince spinning up, trying to get out of this pin, but it's so tough with those long forks of Crash Fest. Crash Fest with really good reach, even though it might not seem so. The geometry of those forks is just perfectly placed. See how it always gets the lower ground and able to get underneath its opponents. That's its whole idea, especially with a bot that gyros as much as Prince does. Now Prince facing the opposite direction. Easy for Crash Fest to get Prince into the corner. Prince trying to use violence to get out of the corner and does so, but Prince needs to get one good shot against Crash Fest's wheels are back. As long as Prince is hitting Crash Fest's forks, that's exactly what Crash Fest wants. Those forks can stand up to just about any kind of hit. That's AR-500 steel those forks are made out of. So not much is gonna, you can't really do much to destroy them. Good flip. That's that flipper from Crash Fest lifting Prince into the air. Prince, so far, not able to land that big shot, but this fight can turn with one hit from Prince. Right now, Prince's hits, mainly hitting the arena, but just one hit can turn this fight around. Crash Fest once again taking Prince into the corner. Prince able to gyro her way out of it. Prince with a good hit to the side of Crash Fest. Doesn't seem to have affected Crash Fest's wheel. Those wheels are really tough. Crash Fest again getting behind Prince. Prince able to gyro her way out. Prince able to gyro her way back into the corner, right where Crash Fest wants. Right now, Prince is able to warp around the arena, get around those pins, but I'm not sure how Prince's drive is working right now. We have 10 seconds left in this championship fight. And smoke! We've got smoke and fire! So that is... So with a fire situation, we've got to get the bot into the fire bucket as quickly as possible. You don't want to breathe these fumes. We're going to roll that bin outside the building as fast as we can. That is some smooth work. Those people need to get on an F1 pit team. That was amazing. So that was unlikely to have been a battery. That was more likely to be a weapon motor or an ESC that overheated from all that gyroing. So you always want to be careful with one of those fires. So this fight's going to go to the judges. We're going to see what the judges think.
Oh, it's technically a K. Is that the ruling?
That's like, imagine a battery comes out. Similar.
Well, I want to know, is it a definitive ruling?
Okay, so your winner by knockout is Crash Fest. Crash Fest takes first place in Beetles. Congratulations, Robert and Crash Fest.
That was really fast. They did a good job there.
So the Beetle bracket is over. Your winner is Crash Fest, finishing in first place. In second place is Prince. In third place is Mondo Bizarro. I'm sorry, no, in third place is The Fool. And in fourth place is Mondo Bizarro. Congratulations to all these bots, and congratulations to all the Beetles who participated. But don't go anywhere because we still have ants and plastic ants to go through. So now we have loading in, we have the Ant-Weight Losers quarterfinal, ipso facto versus Trash Panda. The winner makes it to the loser semifinal and fights in-floor face. Loser is eliminated. Trash Panda is, well, we're going to have to wait for some judges. Judges, you are needed. Your presence is requested by the big box. If you're a judge, please come by. Once we get some judges, we can start the fight.
I'll go yell for him.
No. Okay. Oh, we have judges. All right, so we have judges, we have a ref. Can you ref? Yeah. Okay, we have judges and we have a ref. All right. So let's get started. Trash Panda, are you ready? Ipso facto, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Production, are you ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Both bots advancing. Ipso facto turning a bit, trying to get a different angle on Trash Panda. Trash Panda charges. Can't get any purchase on the nimble ipso facto. Ipso facto turning around and around, presenting a difficult target for Trash Panda to hit. Now both bots grinding away at each other, weapon to weapon. Not much happening there. Both bots up against the side, looking for that big hit. Very different geometries with these two bots. We have the low, wide, and sleek ipso facto versus a relatively tall and kind of squat Trash Panda. We'll see how that affects the fight, this geometry. I believe ipso facto's weapon is down, but Trash Panda's weapon is humming along very merrily. Ipso facto is able to get a good pin there. Both bots are now back in the center of the arena, both looking for some sort of purchase. Here. Oh, ipso facto's weapon is working. That is a good hit from ipso facto. And now Trash Panda doing the thing. Trash Panda's requested an unstick. Okay, the broom's right behind you. So we're doing an unstick. Here comes the safety broom, the broom of doom. The door's open. Please stop moving. The broom of life. Maybe get them off the lip. Off the lip, maybe. Off the lip. They're on the lip. Oh, almost. You're almost there. There you go. Okay, perfect. Okay, so these bots are now Trash Panda is now unstuck. They are upside down, but they were upside down before the unstick, so they're going to stay that way. We are going to resume. Actually, Trash Panda, are you ready? How much time's left? 69 seconds. Nice. Ipso facto, are you ready? This fight resumes in 3, 2, 1, resume. Both weapons up to speed. Trash Panda trying to gyro their way back face up. Ipso facto trying to help. Rolling around is Trash Panda, and they're able to self-right, and now it's ipso facto that's upside down. Ipso facto trying to self-right against the side of the arena. Trash Panda driving around. They've got an exposed ipso facto back, but they wind up along the side. Here comes ipso facto on the side of Trash Panda. Trash Panda turning right back around, trying to take it to ipso facto, but ipso facto gets out of the way. Ipso facto now turning around, hits Trash Panda, weapon-to-weapon exchange, a few sparks, but right now no one really winning that exchange. These bots are dead even so far. A good hit from Trash Panda turns ipso facto upside down. Ipso facto looking to self-right and does so. Trash Panda sends ipso facto into the wall. Ipso facto is inverted again. They self-right. Time running out, less than 10 seconds, and a massive hit sends Trash Panda flying. Both weapons still working, and the fight is over. Let's get a functionality test. All right, looks like we have full functionality with both bots, so the referees now have a decision to make. Reminder that the winner of this fight will go to the loser's semifinal, facing in-floor face, and they'll be guaranteed no worse than fourth. The loser will be eliminated. So that is what the judges are deciding right now. I will update you on that judge's decision as soon as I have it. That was a good fight, very close fight. Even though both bots had very different geometries, neither was fully able to take advantage of the other's geometry, and we had a very close fight. Both bots turning each other over, flipping each other up about equally. We had one big exchange at the end. We'll see if that changes the judges' minds at all, or sways them in one particular direction. Meanwhile, it looks like we might have some action in the green cage. This might be Block of Cheese versus Fully Daga. Yes, this is Block of Cheese versus Fully Daga, just awaiting judges, so once the judges finish, they will head over to the other cage. Judges getting their steps in today. So this is a loser's bracket fight between Block of Cheese and Fully Daga. The loser is eliminated. The winner goes to the loser's semifinal, fighting Death Orang, and is guaranteed no worse than fourth in the plastic category. Okay, let's make sure everybody's ready. Do your thing. So, okay, Fully Daga, are you ready? Block of Cheese, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Ref, are you ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! A good first exchange. So this is Fully Daga, a vert, versus Block of Cheese, a horizontal. Fully Daga is widely shaped. Its inspiration is fully defined, a 3-pound bot. Block of Cheese, meanwhile, is a 2-wheel horizontal spinner. And both of these have had hits that have resulted in plastic flying all over the box. Both Fully Daga and Block of Cheese's weapons are both black, so it's hard to tell who that came from. I think a lot of the debris right now is from Fully Daga, but it's tough to tell. Fully Daga briefly inverted, self-rights. Both bots getting some good weapon-to-weapon engagement. Block of Cheese seems to have its weapon disabled for the moment. Same with Fully Daga. We'll see if either bot gets their weapon going. But a good pin right now from Fully Daga. So Fully Daga now becoming a control bot again. It can fight very well as control bot because of its geometry. Block of Cheese, if they can get that weapon back up online, they can get this fight turned around. But neither bot, this box is very quiet right now. Fully Daga currently chasing Block of Cheese, pushing it into the corner and pinning Block of Cheese in the corner. We have about less than a minute remaining in this fight. So Fully Daga releasing the pin. And that's a weapon spin up from Fully Daga. So Fully Daga's weapon is back, takes a bit of chassis out of Block of Cheese. Doesn't seem to be important to Block of Cheese's drive. So Block of Cheese is still driving around. Its weapon is still down though. Driving away from Fully Daga, trying to get an angle on Fully Daga. But Fully Daga so wide, so hard to get around. And Lars obviously a very good driver. Just staying right on top of Block of Cheese. And there's another good push from Fully Daga. 10 seconds remaining in this fight. Fully Daga able to push Block of Cheese around. Time running out. And just as time runs out, Block of Cheese's weapon comes back to life. Talk about a plot twist. We'll see what the judges think of that. As Block of Cheese, its weapon was down for a lot of the fight and came right back up with like 3 seconds remaining. Big plot twist. So this fight will go to the judges. The judges will determine the winner. In the meantime, the fight between Ipso Facto and Trash Panda, we have a winner. The winner advancing to the losers semifinals is Trash Panda. So Trash Panda will fight In-Floor Face in the losers semifinals. Ipso Facto is eliminated, but a very good run. Ipso Facto usually making deep runs, and today no exception. So Trash Panda in your In-Floor Face, both bots are guaranteed no worse than 4th. The winner of that fight between Trash Panda and In-Floor Face will fight Lobot. The winner of that will fight Fully Combat for first place in Ants. We have a winner decided for Fully Daga versus Block of Cheese. The winner advancing to the loser semifinals is Fully Daga. So Fully Daga will fight Deatharang in what will be a must-watch fight. Block of Cheese is eliminated, but again, that is a good run for Block of Cheese going all the way to the losers quarterfinals. So it'll be Fully Daga versus Deatharang. We still have to do the winners final for the Plastic Ants, that Bottom Feeder versus Crash Panda. So there's 4 bots remaining in Plastic Ants. Bottom Feeder will fight Crash Panda. The winner of that clinches a spot in the grand final and no worse than 2nd place. The loser drops to the losers final and will face the winner of Fully Daga versus Deatharang. And the winner of that fight will go back and fight whoever made it to the grand finals. So the smoke's starting to clear in the Plastic Ants as well. So we have 4 fights remaining with the plants. We have 3 fights remaining with the ants. That is 7 fights remaining, plus grudges and rumbles and what have you. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I will be back soon. This is a grudge fight loading into the main box. So I'm going to chill. Those of you watching here and on the stream, you can enjoy the fight. One minute remaining. That's the quote of the day. 30 seconds remaining. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's the fight. That was awesome. Thank you. The audience won. The ring spinner won. So for those of you watching here or on the stream, I want to give you a little bit of trivia about the beetle bracket. I want to point out that Crash Fest lost its very first fight here, and Robert then won his next 8 consecutive matches to take first place in the Beatles. So that is a heck of a run. Congratulations, Robert. So as a reminder of where we are right now, in the antweight division, we are awaiting Trash Panda versus In-Floor Face. The winner of that fight, that's the loser semifinals. The winner of that will fight Lobot. The winner of that will fight Fully Combat. So those are the last 4 bots remaining. Meanwhile, with Plastic Ants, in the winners bracket, we have Bottom Feeder versus Crash Panda, with the winner advancing to the grand finals. We also have Fully Daga versus Deatharang. The winner of that fight will fight the loser of the previous fight, and whoever wins that fight will head into the final.
Thanks, Matt. Take it easy. Good to see you again.
So loading in, we have that winner's final for Plastic Ants. We have Bottom Feeder versus Crash Panda. So as a reminder, the winner of this fight will go to the grand finals. The loser of this fight will go to the loser's final and fight the winner of Fully Daga versus Deatharang. So we are very close to deciding a winner. If you win this fight, you're guaranteed no worse than second place. If you lose this fight, you're guaranteed no worse than third. So we have Bottom Feeder in the blue corner, and we have Crash Panda in the red corner. All right, do we have a ref? All right. Blue corner, are you ready? Red corner, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Production, are we ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! Both bots advancing to the middle. Crash Panda with some good bite against Bottom Feeder. Weapon still intact and running until now! There goes the weapon on Bottom Feeder. Bottom Feeder now stuck in the corner. They might need an unstick. Let's see if they can move. Their wheels are moving, so it looks like they're stuck. They're kind of able to move out. They might be able to get out under their own juice. Crash Panda offering help, but they don't need it. There they go. They are ready to go. Crash Panda ready to move, go in more. Bottom Feeder is now effectively a control bot. What Bottom Feeder now needs to do is to try to pin Crash Panda into the corner. Bottom Feeder no longer has an active weapon, so that's going to be tricky to come out from, but not insurmountable. Crash Panda has an advantage here, but the fight is not over. Both bots trying to move around, trying to get the best angle. Neither bot has used its unstick yet. Center of the arena now, both bots are trying to get a good angle. Crash Panda still with a functioning weapon, able to flip Bottom Feeder upside down. So that wedge on Bottom Feeder, not as effective if it's inverted. So Bottom Feeder now right side up again, now upside down. That weapon doing a lot of, at least, disruption to Bottom Feeder. Bottom Feeder now stuck in the other corner. Can they unstick themselves? It looks like they can. Crash Panda with good enough drive that they are able to drive off the lip on that side of the arena. Bottom Feeder, they keep on flipping. Crash Panda keeps flipping Bottom Feeder around and around, but Bottom Feeder is getting close to getting a good pin. Some good control points from Bottom Feeder, but then they go right into Crash Panda's weapon, and now they might be stuck again. Crash Panda working to unstick Bottom Feeder. You can see Bottom Feeder's wheels are moving. Bottom Feeder now showing movement, now flip back right side up. Bottom Feeder is capable of some good pins, but only 10 seconds left. Time running out, and time is run out. That is the end of the fight. So this fight will go to the judges. The judges will decide the winner. This was a winner's bracket fight, so whoever wins this fight goes to the grand finals. Whoever loses this fight will fight the winner of Fully Daga versus Deatharang. Judges are deliberating. So the judges use 3 categories: control, aggression, and damage to decide the winner. I think it's pretty clear that the damage category went to Crash Panda. So now it's a question of how you'd allocate aggression and control. This fight was in the plastic ant category. So the way plastic ants work is you have to make the bot entirely out of plastic except for the electronics and the wheels. So it's actually a very accessible class because a lot of people, if you have access to a 3D printer, you're pretty much there. It also means that, at least personally, I'll give you my personal opinion, I think plants look amazing. They tend to have much more graceful curves, and they look really cool and futuristic compared to other bots because you're not reliant on how you bend metal or machine metal in order for the look. You can just make these really graceful curves on your 3D printer. So we are currently tabulating the winner. The votes are in, and we are going to announce the winner of that fight shortly. Okay, we have a winner. The winner of the fight between Crash Panda and Bottom Feeder is Crash Panda. So Crash Panda advances to the grand finals. Not much of a surprise because Crash Panda, like I said, expected the damage points to go their way. Bottom Feeder will drop to the losers finals. Bottom Feeder will fight the winner of Fully Dogga versus Deatharang. This means that Crash Panda is guaranteed no worse than second in the plastic ant division. So we now have 3 fights remaining with plants and 3 fights remaining with ants. So that is 6 total fights remaining. I'll take a break. Okay, we have a tournament fight loading in. This is the Plastic Ant Losers semifinal between Fully Dogga and Deatharang. The winner of this fight will fight Bottom Feeder. The loser of this fight finishes fourth in the Plastic Ants. So Deatharang is coming out of the blue corner, and Fully Dogga is coming out of the red corner. Deatharang has no wheels, incidentally. It moves through the power of its weapons. There's a few bots that fight like that, and in certain leagues they get weight bonuses if they don't have wheels to encourage innovative designs. Fully Dogga has a vertical spinner and a very wide body. Do we have a referee? Awesome. Okay, blue corner, are you ready? Red corner, are you ready? Ready enough. Judges, are you ready? Production, are we ready? Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! 2.5 minutes on the clock. Fully Dogga heading into Deatharang's corner. Fully Dogga getting a good hit on Deatharang. Deatharang, a very durable bot. Let's see if they can get any bite at all. Remember, these bots are made completely out of plastic, other than electronics and wheels. Some big hits. And remember, Deatharang wants to stay planted on the floor. If Fully Dogga can get it punted up and vertical. Oh no, Fully Dogga's doing the thing. Fully Dogga's requesting an unstick. Unstick requested. Can we stop the timer? So that is an unstick over here. So that is Fully Dogga's one unstick. All right. Deatharang, are you ready? Fully Dogga, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? All right, let's resume this fight in 3, 2, 1, resume. So, Fully Dogga, weapon still seems to be spinning, but maybe not as fast as before. But Fully Dogga does have good control. Its body's wide enough that it can control the other bot. The question is, can it take these hits from Deatharang? Deatharang, very violent bot. Deatharang looking for that big killing blow against Fully Dogga, because Deatharang moves with the power of its weapons. It's not going to have the pushing power that Fully Dogga has, but it is going to have that weapon strength to flick Fully Dogga away anytime it can. We have about less than a minute, and that is a tap out. So that's a tap out. Fully Dogga's batteries exposed. That is a knockout. Your winner by knockout is Deatharang. So Fully Dogga will finish fourth. Deatharang advances to fight Bottom Feeder. The winner of the fight between Bottom Feeder and Deatharang will fight Crash Panda for first place in Plastic Ants. I will be back soon. right, we've got a tournament fight loading in. This is the losers semifinals for the ants. This is going to be Trash Panda versus In-Floor Face. The winner will face Lobot in the losers finals, and whoever wins that fight has a shot at first place in ants. The loser of this fight will finish fourth in ants. Both of these bots have had a long journey, and they're close to their goal, but only one can advance. In the blue corner, we have In-Floor Face. In the red corner, we have Trash Panda. Okay. In-Floor Face, are you ready? Trash Panda, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Production is ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! So, In-Floor Face immediately making a turn. Trash Panda trying to get behind In-Floor Face. Trash Panda opting to not run a weapon this time, just a pure wedge against the horizontal spinner. The idea is to absorb all those blows from In-Floor Face and disable that weapon, and then get control points that way. That's the idea anyway. So In-Floor Face wants to try to disable the drive of Trash Panda, just hitting it as hard as it can, but hopefully not hitting that wedge, because that metal wedge is really hard, and it's probably going to take as much abuse as In-Floor Face can give it. But if In-Floor Face can get to the back or sides of Trash Panda, that's what they want. Big hit from In-Floor Face.
If you want, that one doesn't work as well, though.
Another big hit from In-Floor Face.
Yep. In-Floor Face is trying to counter the cunning strategy of Crash Panda. That is, I'm going to try and break your fist with my face, which is usually pretty effective against these horizontal spinners, or what we like to call tomb clones.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good one. Bounced him right into the wall. That's usually one of the best ways to get as much shock going into your opponent as you can. Bounce them right into that wall, make that spinner hit off, and hopefully you can break something, rattle something loose, make it come off. Anything you can do to try and get your opponent to lose control, lose driving is what you want to do here.
The harder a surface that horizontal spinner can hit, the more likely it can be disabled. So it all comes down to how well built the bot is. Another big hit. That's another example of what Madeline was just talking about. Trash Panda pushing In-Floor Face into the wall as his weapon was going.
Yeah, no matter how good you are, you're never going to beat Newton's second law of motion, action, reaction.
Very true. So both competitors squaring up. Fight running out of time. Looks like we've got...
Here we go. Coming up.
10 seconds remaining. And In-Floor Face is up against the side of the rail, but able to
showing that he still Oh, that's going to be a hard one to judge. But
So-
it looks like aside from some scratches on the front of Trash Panda, there's not much left.
Not much damage. It did a good job. So now this is going to be up to the judges. Our 3 judges are going to judge this fight on the categories of damage, control, and aggression. Yeah. Before it wasn't working great, but he's standing there. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, seriously. So our judges are working on the result. A very interesting fight over there. That's your classic irresistible force meets an immobile object type of fight. Trash Panda with the immovable object strategy. And did not take any major damage in that fight. So we'll see how the judges score that one. I will let you know as soon as there is a decision.
It's always a toss-up whenever the judges are involved. You never know how it's going to go.
No, it's not. Some people even say never let it go to the judges in the first place. But when you're a pure wedge with no active weapon, that's pretty much your strategy.
Yeah, and it's always an iffy strategy, but hopefully it pays off for Crash Panda. Alex is probably over there sweating bullets, wondering if he's going to make it.
Yeah. It's. I'd say either side has an argument to why they should win. So it's going to be very interesting to see which way the judges go. How would you score it, Madeline?
What?
How would you score it?
Oh, that's going to be rough. I would think I would put it with a slight edge towards Crash Panda, involving their ability to keep in-floor face bouncing off of the walls, keep their face pointed at him, and really never let him hit anywhere other than that big ledge on the front. Because
damage, you'd score evenly, 3-3. Control, I would probably give to Crash Panda. And then aggression depends on how the rule is worded. How the rule is worded. Yeah, that's the right thing to say.
And the individual judges' interpretation of their driving.
We have a winner. The winner of this fight and advancing to the losers final is Trash Panda. Woo! So Trash Panda will fight Lobot for the losers final. In-floor face finishes 4th in ants. So congratulations, both bots.
That is a new robot going in-floor face. Finishing 4th in this very competitive field is very respectable regardless.
In-floor face was really impressive.
Absolutely. Hopefully they can improve some of that weight distribution so they can drive a little better for their next event.
But the durability was there.
Durability, weapon power. It seems to be able to dish out the hits, take them, keep going.
I wonder if they can get just a little more bite. If Alex can get a little more bite out of that weapon, that would be ideal.
Yeah, maybe something a little longer. Maybe spin it a little slower. Or maybe just a little bit more drive speed to be able to swing that weapon in.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, Trash Panda having the option to run with or without a vert, that seems to be paying dividends.
Absolutely. It has always struggled against horizontals. It tends to get right into the space that the vertical spins around and break it in half. And putting that big chunk of titanium on the front seems to really paid off for them as they advance into the losers finals, correct?
Yep. All right, so it looks like we're getting our next fight loaded in. This is the losers final for the plastic ants. This is going to be Bottom Feeder versus Deatharang. The winner will fight Crash Panda, not Trash Panda, but Crash Panda, for a chance at first place at Plastic Ants. Not even a chance for first place at Plastic Ants. The loser will finish 3rd in Plastic Ants. So a lot riding on this fight. Who do you think's going to win this one?
Oh, there is no way I can tell this. Bottom Feeder is a robot with 2 years now, or a year and a half worth of design revisions as it comes into this. But
Bottom Feeder and Deatharang.
Deatharang has been on a tear today. Just absolutely tearing things up. And I don't think we can ever predict this one.
All right, well, let's see if we've got everybody ready. Deatharang, are you ready? Bottom Feeder, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Production, are we ready? We are all ready. Let's get this fight started in 3, 2, 1, fight! 2.5 minutes on the clock. Bottom Feeder looking for that big thwack. Weapon not up, but he may be saving it for later. Deatharang, no wheels, no mercy. Looking to get some big hits there. Deatharang moving entirely from the force of its weapon. So Bottom Feeder trying to push Deatharang around. Not the first time it's been a control bot here. Deatharang getting blows, but those blows are landing on that wedge. So not much damage to Bottom Feeder just yet. Deatherang looking for that big blow, that big hit. It's been serving big hits all day.
I don't think bottom feeder is willing to give him that big hit. Keeping that big wedge up front, pointed at him, just waiting for their chance. The weapon is spun down. I think just saving it, make sure it stays intact for when he's able to get a good hit.
Yeah, bottom feeder has had problems keeping its weapon intact. So let's see if this is a tactical thing or whether they came to this fight with a weapon disabled. So Deatherang giving a good push. I'm amazed at how much pushing power Deatherang have.
He's got the weapon up. He tried for a hit.
Oh, the weapon's off.
Oh, no, it's
weapon is off for bottom feeder. So now Deatherang has a shot to really do some damage here. Once again, bottom feeder has to play from behind and be a control bot. And it's
Kevin has been driving bottom feeder for a long time, knows how it works, and seems to be a very cautious driver, very strategic, and very discerning on when he decides to engage with Deatherang.
I'm always impressed at just how much pushing power Deatherang has. But bottom feeder now moving the controller. Here's the count out. And a hit disrupts the count out. Don't see any motion from bottom feeder.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is a knockout. Your winner by knockout, Deatherang. So Deatherang advances to fight Crash Panda in the grand final. Bottom feeder will finish third. An outstanding result for bottom feeder. Well done. So we have 3 fights remaining. We have the losers final and grand final in ants, and we have the grand final in plastic ants. So going to be another break before the next fight. So I'm going to take a bit of a break, and I will let you know when we're ready to fight again. Shouldn't be too much longer. All right, we're ready to do the plastic ant grand final. Whoever wins this fight takes all the plastic marbles. So in the blue corner, loading in is Deatharang. In the red corner, loading in is Crash Panda. All right, blue corner, are you ready? Oh, hang on one second. I'm going to wait till you're done with... Okay, blue corner is ready. Red corner, are you ready? Yes. Red corner is ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are you ready? Production needs just a little more time. I know, little more time. So in the meantime, I'll remind you that this is the Plastic Ant Grand Final. We have all these lovely trophies that we're going to give out. So after this, we will have 2 more ant weight fights, and then we'll give out trophies. Okay, we are ready to go. Let's get this grand final started. In 3, 2, 1, fight! Here comes Deatharang. Remember, Deatharang has no wheels. It moves entirely through the force of its weapon. These bots are plastic, and they still hit just that hard. So this is our plastic ant weight class. Bots must be made of plastic and weigh no more than 1 pound. Deatharang getting a good hit out on Crash Panda. Crash Panda able to self-right using the gyro forces of its own weapon, but Deatharang sends it right back into the corner again. Crash Panda self-rights again. Crash Panda looking for a good hit, delivers a very good hit on Deatharang. Both of these bots very well built, very strong, but Crash Panda's weapon might have gone down just now. Crash Panda upside down. Without that weapon moving, I don't think it can self-right, so it's going to be upside down. It's going to have to try to figure out a way to win the fight upside down. Deatharang going in for another big blow. Deatharang with Crash Panda in the corner. But Deatharang hits the wall, slides all the way to the other end of the arena, and Crash Panda, able to get a little bit of time, might be able to... I think Crash Panda's weapon is back. Crash Panda's weapon is definitely back. That's great news for Crash Panda as it delivers another set of hard hits. These are some really well-built bots. 1 minute left in this fight. Very epic so far. Crash Panda, weapon spinning down again, goes in for the hit on Deatharang. Deatharang sends it right back against the blue wall. Crash Panda doesn't want to expose its back to Deatharang. It wants it to expose its front, where it's got much, much more armor. Deatharang sliding back to the middle of the cage, now in pursuit of Crash Panda. Crash Panda, I think that weapon is back up on Crash Panda, looking for another big hit. Yep, that weapon is up and running on both bots. Remember, Deatharang needs both those weapons spinning in order to move. So far, that has not been a problem. 15 seconds left in this fight. Crash Panda high-centered on the side of the wall. 7 seconds remaining. Can Crash Panda make one more impression, or will Deatharang take this fight? 0 seconds left. This fight is over. It's going to the judges. The judges are going to now decide the winner of our plastic ant weight class. They're going to look at the control, aggression, and damage of each bot from that fight. So damage might be even. It's scored out of 6 points, so that'll likely be 3-all. Then it would be a matter of how you distribute the control, which is 6 points, and how you distribute the aggression, which is 5 points. Deatharang lobbying that they did more damage, so we'll see how the judges interpret it. I am not a judge. I just have a mouth. So we'll see. My vote is extremely unofficial. This is going to be an interesting JD. Let's see how it's scored. Judges are still deliberating. Crash Panda from Ben Trumbore from Ithaca, New York. Ben's been to quite a few GSCRLs, so this is not his first event, but let's see if he can take it. This would be, if Crash Panda wins, this would be his first championship. Deatherang from Thomas Pendergrass from Richmond, Virginia. This is his first GSCRL, and he is trying to start up a Combat Robotics League in Richmond. Best of luck. But a really impressive debut from Deatherang. And an outstanding event for both of these bots, both Crash Panda and Deatherang. Okay, the judges' votes are in. Let's see how they're going to score them. The judges' votes are now going to get tabulated, and we'll be notified of the winner in a moment. It's going to be very interesting to see how it's scored. Remember, after this, we will have 2 more antweight fights. It's going to be the losers final between Lobot and Trash Panda. Whoever wins that moves on to the grand finals against Fully Combat. And then that'll be it. We have a winner. Your winner and GSCRL Plastic Ant Champion. Congratulations to Deatherang. Congratulations to both Deatherang and Crash Panda for a very, very well-fought grand final. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with the ants really soon. So how good a day is Ben having? Well, now that he's done with that finals fight with Crash Panda, he's now going to switch to his antweight Trash Panda, which is 1 fight away from the antweight grand final. So this is the losers final for the ants. We have Trash Panda, not Crash Panda, and we have Lobot. Whoever wins this fight fights Fully Combat for first place in ants. Whoever loses this fight will finish third. So still a very good day for both bots. So the difference between these bots and the bots you just saw, the bots you just saw, the plastic ants, they have to be made almost entirely out of plastic. So plastic except for the motors and the wheels. These bots, they can be made out of just about any material within reason. So you'll see a lot more metal, and very heavy metal, so to speak, on these bots. So doors are closing. Let's make sure the twitch tests work out well. Make sure both bots can drive. Only one of these bots has an active weapon. That's Trash Panda. Okay. Blue corner, are you ready? Blue corner is ready. Red corner, are you ready? Red corner is ready. Judges, are you ready? Judges are ready. Referee, are we ready? Referee's ready. Production, are we ready? Production is ready. We're ready to go. Let's start this losers final in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Trash Panda opting to go with its vertical spinner, whereas Lobot has those forks and the wedgelet, those forks working really, really well to stay underneath, but now it's inverted, it's flipped over, and Trash Panda able to flip it over with its weapon. Trash Panda's weapon is stopped for the moment. Let's see if it's going to restart. If that weapon is down, that definitely benefits Lobot. Lobot looking to get in. If that weapon on Trash Panda isn't running, then it's got full license to go in and just wedge all day against Trash Panda. Trash Panda, I think the weapon is back. Yes, that weapon is spinning again. So the question is, can it get under Lobot? And it's in the name. It's certainly doing what it says on the tin. Lobot able to get nice and low under Trash Panda's forks, so that spinning bar isn't doing much against Lobot just yet. Weapon is back down on Trash Panda. Now it's back up. Lobot trying to get in. There's one good hit, first good hit for Trash Panda against Lobot, but now Lobot in a pin, pinning Trash Panda, has 10 seconds to hold that pin and score those control points. So the judges look for those pins, and those count for control points. Now both bots' forks keeping each other at bay, and now Trash Panda getting under Lobot. That certainly looks good. 60 seconds left in this fight. So here comes Lobot, another good pin against Crash Panda. Crash Panda has to wait the 10 seconds. Now Lobot releasing that pin. Lobot looking for another pin. Those forks on Lobot working really, really well. That weapon on Trash Panda, well, there's one hit from that weapon. Lobot, a very tough bot to do damage against, because if all you hit is that wedge, you're not going to do much against it. That's pretty heavy metal against it. Lobot is stuck in the side. They might need an unstick. They have to ask for an unstick, though. Okay, they asked for an unstick. Oh, they're free. That was a big hit from Trash Panda. 10 seconds left in that fight. Let's see if anything else is going to happen, or if time is going to expire with a robot dance. That is it. That is your fight. Generally, as the day goes on, these fights get tougher and tougher to judge, and this one is no exception. Lobot and Trash Panda certainly giving each other their all. Now they're going to do a functionality test. Oh, it looks like, yep, they're going to do a functionality test. Make sure weapons and drive work on both bots. That's important for the judges, so they know how to score damage. See how each bot has been damaged at the end of the fight. So it looks like Trash Panda's weapon is not responding. Lobot has no weapon, at least no active weapon, so it just has drive. So the judges are going to factor that in when they decide which bot is going to fight fully combat and which bot is going to finish third. And they're tabulating their votes now. Sorry, they're deliberating on their votes now. We will tabulate them when they're all in. So this is the Antweight division. We've already decided the winner of Beetles. That is Robert Rund and Crashfest. We've also decided our winner of Plastic Ants. That's Thomas Pendergrass and Deatharang. So now we have just the one weight class to decide. In the meantime, we're going to get a grudge fight loaded in. It's good to have these grudge fights in just so competitors can get extra experience. Looks like the votes are in. They're being tabulated now. And it looks like we have a winner. Your winner of the Lobot versus Trash Panda fight is Lobot. Lobot advances to fight fully combat. Trash Panda will finish third in Ants. Great day for Ben, finishing second and third. That's a good result. Second in Plastic Ants and third in Ants. That's a good day. That's a darn good day. All right, I'll let everyone enjoy this grudge match. We will be back, hopefully really soon, with the Antweight final, the grand final, between Fully Combat and Lobot.
turn this off and it just switches. That's what I thought I did.
right, we are loading in the last fight of the day. In the blue corner is Lobot from Kevin Rosseljong. In the red corner is Fully Combat from Lars Elliott. This is for all the marbles, the metal marbles, the 1 pound marbles. All right, blue corner, are you ready? Red corner, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? Referee, are you ready? Production is ready. We're ready to start this last fight, so here we go. In 3, 2, 1, fight! Some good hits right off the bat from Fully Combat. Fully Combat, I think, is running their weapon slow enough that it acts as a flipper effectively, which is not a bad strategy against a tough wedge like this. Just become effectively control bot. And there's a couple more good hits. Now Lobot can't do much when it's on its head. Those wedge and forklets aren't going to have much effect. And the bots are stuck together. Stuck together. We're going to have to pause. Let's pause this. We have paused. And we're going to try to unstick these two bots. There are 114 seconds, 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining in this fight. So let's figure out a way to untangle these two bots. Fully Combat is stuck in there pretty well. That's the hardest hit Lobot has gotten all day. Right into their top, avoiding their wedge. So weapon lock is in, and now we can pull these bots apart. Possibly, in theory. There we go. Well done, Alex. Alex investigating damage, seeing if this bot is safe to run. Alex, are we good to continue, or is it too close to the battery? Okay, our staff is ruling that this fight is safe to continue. If they felt that the battery was compromised, this would have been a knockout. But instead, we're going to continue. We're going to see the condition of these two bots. Fully Daga got its blade in just the right spot. So Fully Combat, are you ready? Lobot, are you ready? We're going to resume in 3, 2, 1, resume. All right, looks like both bots have full functionality after that interesting hit. We've got about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this fight. Fully Daga again able to get underneath Lobot. Lobot is going to have a hard time getting underneath. The good hit right there. So Lobot back, able to get nice and low again, and that's its whole strategy, is get underneath its opponent. But the way Fully Combat's geometry is, if it tries to get under Fully Combat, it has to deal with that big spinner. Another huge hit. You can see that top plate starting to get chunked up, but Lobot able to give Fully Combat a ride. I don't think they're stuck per se. I think this is just gravity and geometry doing its thing. Bots are separated again. Fully Combat with some more big hits, giving Lobot a tumble. Fully Combat trying to push Lobot into the corner. Lobot not having any of it. Now they're both pushing each other. The forks on Lobot not quite long enough to keep Fully Combat's weapon away. And another big hit and another flip. And now Lobot back on its head again. Lobot is, I think part of its drive might be compromised right now because its movement seems to be crab walkish. Fully Combat able to do everything it needs to do. Another big hit. Manages to keep Lobot upside down. 20 seconds remaining in this fight. Lobot back on its wheels. Lobot another big hit, this one on its wheels. Still able to drive, but pretty chunked up at this point. And there's a wheel. Lobot down to 3 wheels. 8 seconds remaining in this fight. Lobot might have just been saved by the bell as another wheel goes. And that's the fight. This one's gonna go to the judges. Little bit of a celebratory dance from Lars. We'll see if the judges agree. But some pretty entertaining action from both bots. So let's see what the judges will say. They're deliberating right now. They're assigning points in damage, aggression, and control. And we're going to know in a minute or two who our Antweight champion is. The votes are in. They're going to get tabulated. And then we're going to announce the Antweight winner of Seasonal Smackdown. And then we're going to give out trophies, so definitely stick around for the trophy presentation. We will know the winner. Right now, your winner of the Antweight division is Fully Combat. Congratulations to Fully Combat. Lobot fought very well, had a great tournament, and will finish second. Stay tuned for the trophy presentation coming up next.
The camera should be set up so that you can...
Can we have our top 3 in each weight class report to the cage? That is Kevin Rosseljong, Ben Trumbor, Thomas Pendergrass, Lars Elliott, Lyndon Siegel, Jillian Doolittle, and Robert Rund. Bring your bot if you can. We're about to give out trophies. Again, Kevin, Ben, Thomas, Lars, Lyndon, Jillian, and Robert. Please come by with your robots.
Oh, my pleasure. I always have a blast. All right, we've got Kevin, we've got Ben, we've got Thomas, we've got Lars. Do we have Lars? Ah, raise a hand now. I see Buffy, but I don't see Lars yet. I see Buffy and John, but I don't see Lars yet. Got some fight. There's Lars. Okay, cool. All right, Lyndon's here, I think. Looks like we're all Lyndon's here. Robert's here. We can start. Okay. Okay, you should probably stop this assembly in a minute. We're gonna pause on this disassembly. And we'll let our please work there. Please show up. Alex, you are moved on that.
Alex Curtis, please report cage side so we can start the trophy ceremony. Alex Curtis, there he is. All right, so we're going to give out trophies. First off, thank you to all our competitors for an absolutely awesome event. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this happen. Thank you to our volunteers for all your hard work. Thank you to FRC Team 56 Roby and the Bridgewater Commons Mall for hosting. And thank you to you, the viewer and spectator, for watching this. All right, without any further ado, let's give out trophies for plastic ants. In third place, we have Kevin Rosseljong with Bottom Feeder. In second place, we have Ben Trumboy with Crash Panda. And in first place, we have Thomas Pendergrass with Deatherang. Moving on to the ants, let's get Ben Trumboy back here for Trash Panda. That's for third place. In second place, let's get Kevin Rosseljong back here for Lobot. All right, and in first place for ants, Lars Elliott and Fully Combat. And finally for our beetles, in third place we have Lyndon Siegel and The Fool. In second place, oh no! Well, I mean, you put robots back together, you can put a trophy back together.
If I may, the real trophy is the trophy we made along the way.
In second place, we have Jillian Doolittle with Prince. And in first place, we have Robert Rund with Crash Fest. And that